咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，再份復習，個新聞最好嘅嘢出咗你就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，再份復習，個新聞最好嘅嘢出咗你就不斷地輸。人生 生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不易飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就，咪就，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想份對手，就份複雜，個身份最好嘅嘢出咗你就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不易飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就，咪就。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就，咪就，咪就雞，咪就雞。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，叫做兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我手份對手，就份複習，個身份住好過要出咗你就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到你就 chicken up， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Sonics. Yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive for Sonics. And Onyx, though, actually get the open shot off the line, get the second one, gets a third one! Shuts down the Sonics dream, just like that. We get more of them! Absolutely crazy moment.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Sonics. Yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive. Sonics and Onyx though actually get the opening shot off the five, gets a second one, hits a third one, shuts down the Sonics dream just like that. He gets all four of them. Absolutely crazy moment.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Sonics. Yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive for Sonics. And Onyx, though, actually gets the opening shot on the 5, gets a second one, hits a third one! Shuts down the Sonics dream just like that. And one quick move, he gets all 4 of them! Absolutely crazy moment.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome on board once again to the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 1. It's your boys here, Contra as well as Sir Cloud, to bring you all the action, as today will be a massive day for all the teams on board, because we will lock in the top 4 teams to qualify into PGS 7 and 8.
Yeah, it's going to be the final sprint, the final 6 games to determine who will be the top 3 to move on to the next stage. And there are a lot of questions, of course, to be answered today. Whether the global champions, the Expendables, will be able to make it or not. Because yesterday, they kind of like have an off day, but because of that, that allowed other teams to overtake them, especially T5, who's currently at the top. And could we see the rise of some of the other underdog teams, or the teams that people don't really expect, like Forest Natural Gaming, who had a good day as well yesterday, who could potentially now slide into the top 3?
Yeah, there's just so much for us to uncover for those of you guys who have just joined in. Don't worry, we'll give you all the details necessary, as we will, of course, show you guys what's in store for the final day of action here in the final stage. Of course, we've already had all these teams playing throughout the course of the weekend, and now it all comes down to this. The top teams will advance to PGS 7 and 8. As a matter of fact, we're only going to be taking 3 teams to the global stages. So, of course, last 6 matches to go for us to sum it all up. While we've already seen Theerathon 5 as well as eArena to be the teams that have secured pretty much the most points thus far.
Yes, and this has been their journey so far. Of course, we started with the play-in stage, and now we're at the final stage. We had a unexpected off day on Friday, 28th of March, because of the earthquake that happened in Myanmar and Thailand. So we hope that everything will be okay, and things will be better for those who have been affected by the earthquake. And today, of course, based on the schedule as well, it's going to be the final day. Today is the 31st of March, where we will wrap things up and we'll determine who are the top 3 to move on to PGS 7 and PGS 8.
That's right, and it's been a really long journey where teams have been playing since the play-in stages and also the qualifiers prior to this to make it into the final stage. And it's really sad to actually see certain teams to be taking a long break, because we're only taking 3 teams to play in the PGS. But of course, we definitely want to see how well will the top 3 teams fare with the rest of the pack. But of course, for today, we shall find out who will be the ones to be going alongside what I do assume to be Theerathon 5, as they've got just about enough points, even if they do stagnate. But of course, nobody wants to slack, because there is $80,000 on the line, and everybody wants the big line share of it.
Yeah, for T5 especially, right? Right now, it's all about getting the moolah in. And we also have individual prizes as well. We'll award the MVP with $1,000 Eagle Eyes, Grenade Master, Field Medic will be awarded $250, and the best voter moment, $650. Of course, there were a lot of great moments throughout the entire finals, and also the play-ins as well. So we'll keep an eye on who will be that voted team in. And of course, speaking about teams, we have 2 sets of teams here, 8 seeded teams and 8 play-in stage teams.
That's right. And for the vast majority out there that has been rooting for eArena, it's been such a long hurdle and it has definitely paid off on their run of consistency, securing 4 chicken dinners right now, challenging Theerathon 5, who has been seeded. And of course, the storyline, like you said, the Expendables, they kind of had some slump heading into the past day and then find themselves in the brink of it. Currently placed on the 4th position with 119 points. They got to catch up to Daytrade in order to make that top 3 cut.
Oh yeah, the points are still close enough for Daytrade to still fall out of top 3, and the competition is going to be tight. Just look at this. Even like the Expendables, AG Global, WTG, Forest, a lot of these teams can still catch at least the top 3 by the end of the day, by the end of 6 matches, where we will start off with the 2 Miramas, followed by Tego and then Rondo, and we will end the series and the day in 2 Erangles.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the teams are happy with the lineup of maps being set into place, where Erangel definitely gives them a grand fighting chance to have a little bit more of that comfort on how they really want to play out most of these runs. And of course, we ended up over on the course of Miramar yesterday, and we've already seen big plays throughout all the matches that has been involving even names like Theerathon 5 as well as eArena, where they just go blow for blow. eArena secured the first Miramar map and then followed by Theerathon 5 in response to actually take over that #1 spot once again in order to hold on for the moment. But we don't know what will happen today. These 2 teams might even see a little bit of slump. It could be the repeat of what went on to even the likes of the Expendables. And I'm very sure, even down to what we saw over onto the leaderboards, the teams even place around the 10th and as well as 11th at the moment. If they score huge and the rest of the other teams did not actually score that many points throughout their run, they might be in for a massive hurdle to get into the top 3 as well.
Yeah, because we have a lot of rise from the teams at the middle pack and also at the lower pack as well. Like Force Natural Gaming had a very good run yesterday. They scored 2 chicken dinners that boosted them up to, at least as of now, 7th place. And they put themselves in contention for the top 3. So even those top teams, they cannot be complacent, because these bottom teams, they are starting to rise up and they can steal away the points from the top teams. Now, whether their objective is to be the champion, bring home majority of the prize pool, or just to slide to the top 3, nobody is safe now.
Nobody is safe from the grasp of some of all these heavy titans that's been able to really hit some massive numbers throughout the course of this grand finals. I've just been taking a look at all these stats of players throughout. Jacob so far has been the shining beacon of hope for eArena to be crowned as champions. And whoa, quickly as we go into the countdown already, we got less than 1 minute, Sir Cloud. So I guess we're just going to be seeing how this all unfolds as we dive into our first map of Miramar.
And no waste of a time, we will jump straight into the first game here. One of the 2 Miramas that will be played today. This is going to be match number 19, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go!
It's absolutely great to be sure casting alongside with you as we will now kick off our final 6 maps to conclude our APAC Qualifiers Phase 1. And as we move into the Desert Dunes, we definitely want to keep a close eye onto some of all these big names. The Expendables, eArena, Theerathon 5, and many more who are currently placed from top 1 all the way down to 12. They have a massive chance to still be scoring just about enough to make it into the PGS. And of course, for this moment, we can say that eArena is absolutely safe for now, alongside with Theerathon 5, as each of them have scored 4 chicken dinners apiece.
Oh yeah, for them, they're playing a different ball game right now. For them, the ball game is to be the champion, to take home majority of the prize pool. So they are playing in a different league by its own. It's fine. They'll definitely be in the top 3. I don't see them falling off into like 4th onwards, like what you said as well. So let's see how far they can go because the points are close. As of now, it's only 2 points between T5 and also eArena. The bigger question, of course, will be, will Daytrade Gaming be able to hold on to their at least top 3 spot? Will the Expendables, the global champions, be able to slide in onto the top 3? Or will they miss out on the PGSs coming up? So there's a lot of questions to be answered. But the question, what circle will be the first circle? Looks like we're going to get it on the top left of Miramar.
Well, there's the ample space for them to claim for the moment, and QiWA Esports, they were placed pretty much centered around the fields as they managed to start things off in the corners of Brickyard. I would expect QiWA to be taking maybe the creative fields for them to have a better leverage onto taking on more players out there. QiWA, despite, you know, us having a really strong hopes for them to be able to put big impact matches throughout the course of the couple of days, they did not manage to show up as compared to, you know, some of all the other talents coming from PVS as well as PTS. It might just be rather too late, but hey, they gotta at least put in some points. Who knows? They might be able to score maybe a couple thousands extra by the end of the run. So we'll definitely have to see about that. Now, TDT is definitely another interesting name out there where we've seen the rise of this squad hailing from Vietnam and now find themselves to be very, very close to the margins of securing that PGS spot. But I think they definitely need to find perhaps those high record kill scores, or even if they do secure a chicken dinner or two, that could basically guarantee their victory. And we might even see TDT to make their debut in the international stage.
Oh yeah, we'd definitely love to see like these new names coming in at the international stage as well, right? The thing about like teams at the middle pack is that they need to find the level of consistency. The fact that they are stuck somewhere in the middle and they haven't been able to punch that much is because, yeah, it's consistency at the end of the day. You can have one explosive round and then another round just went 0 and then another good round and then 0 again. So that kind of like offsets each other, and that's what placed them somewhere in the middle pack. So today with the last 6 games, of course, it's not the end of the world for teams like TDT, like what you mentioned, even like WDG, even like Force Gaming. Those teams that generally have more than 100 points, they can still potentially go up to the top 3. Of course, we won't discount like teams like Cerberus Esports and teams like FW Esports, who's just at the borderline of the 100-point mark. If they can come out with explosive back-to-back games, who knows? They can be the surprise teams to slide into the next PGS.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of which, WDG's emergence heading into this APAC qualifiers has been astounding. We've talked about probably a little bit more on this team when they were playing back in the PVS, where they had this rising star who was able to really ace out a majority of all these teams. And he scored about 40 over kills based on what Saga did mention to me. But unfortunately, Bin Blue was not able to compete in this tournament because he's not legal of age yet. Maybe later throughout the year he will be eligible, but just take a look at them. Even without Bin Blue, they've been able to go so far as to be able to cut really close to getting themselves that PGS spot. So who knows, if Bin Blue is going to be celebrating his birthday, then he might just even play in the PGS 7 or 8.
You know what? That kind of story reminds me of Shen, who played with SGD. I believe it was like at least 2 or 3 years ago. And he was just as of age to play in the PGC that time. But after the PGC, because he's as of age, then he's legal to play with other bigger teams in China. Hence, he moved after that. That was the plan anyway that time. But just right before PGC, he was not able to play with those other big pro teams yet. But during PGC period, he made it and he showed it a good performance. And obviously, he moved to the Chinese region after that. And he continued his career then onwards. So it just shows that there's a lot of these new young players that can actually break into the scene. So it's just a matter of time until we see more of these new bright stars.
Yeah, and I'm definitely excited to actually see more and more of all these high fraggers who's really hoping to prove themselves out there. And it just goes to show you that there's a really healthy scene going on. So that's always a great news. Team Flash, they definitely had a good run back in the PVS, but course, finding things to be rather difficult in the finals into getting their momentum going. But of course, with 70 over points at the moment, 78 as a matter of fact, they might have a glimmer of hope, but it definitely will need them to really put everything on the line for this final 6 matches. Now, all eyes on the Expendables. They do see that there is a team who's already going on that emergency pickup. So Delvin's going to be relaying all that information towards the rest of the Expendables, and that is going to be Cerberus Esports. If they do take them down, then it's going to be rough for Cerberus Esports to kick off this round of Miramar. But so far, all is good. All 64 players are still intact.
For now, that is for now. We do hear the gunfire happening. But I can totally understand as well why Cerberus Esports, they take the emergency pickup, because it's quite a far circle and it's quite kind of tucked at the corner. So we can expect some of these teams to actually kind of use the emergency pickup to get into the best position possible within the circle and hopefully be able to continue to loot there before other teams arrive in the circle. And speaking of Cerberus Esports, we have them back on screen here. Hi, Saki is in trouble.
Oh my, they couldn't manage to secure themselves a vehicle. Well, Imka, they did manage to actually get one by docking right below, but that puts them pretty much at risk. Now, he does suspect that Cerberus will be rotating towards that compound, but he will be trolling with his mini 14 shots. Only doing just a little amount of chip damage onto their vests for the moment, but it's going to be okay. The Expendables having a little bit of widespread throughout the valleys, they're just going to ensure that the entire Le Crobert is going to be absolutely empty if they were to actually infiltrate into the city, or perhaps just play through the high grounds, which majority of these teams are aiming to do.
Yeah, definitely you want to take as many high grounds as possible, especially with this kind of circle where you can look at rotating teams into the circle, or even those who use the emergency pickup, just like how the Expendables did earlier on. For Cerberus Esports, good for them. They got away from the Expendables, and what kind of helped them is also the Sandstorm. The Sandstorm passed by, kind of blocked the vision of the Expendables, so they found their way in, and now they are in a safer spot.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of an happenstance that does actually provide them just about enough cover for the meantime. Since it's going to be phase 1, it's all about getting that priority of the zone. eArena is just about to make their entry over on North. Having a lot of space, but if they traverse even further than that, they might be in for a little bit of a scuffle with the rest of Windy Gaming. Meanwhile, Forest Natural Gaming will be securing themselves the direct center of the crater fields. This is going to be a little bit dangerous for the side of Forest, but if it does zoom directly to the center, they're going to have a really good time. Glory's all alone. He's just going to be a little bit of a signal warning, as well as to do wear and tear. That's going to be a pop tire on that UAZ, unfortunately. So Forest, they rather hope that there's more vehicles for them to move around if they need to do so.
Yeah, and the fact that they're in this kind of like a crater, right? So for them to get out of this crater in case if they need to when the circle goes away, they definitely need vehicles, because from what we see, it's a lot of open area. And to exit, yeah, you can kind of climb up those high grounds, cool, right? But that will take you like forever. So if you want to have a couple of options for yourself, have a vehicle, exit through that entrance, that one entrance towards the north, and then that will be a quicker exit, which is probably one of the better options. But looking at the circle, they don't really need to move from that spot for now, since the circle is still there and it's tucked in towards the left side. I'll be interested to see what's going to happen to the teams on the right side. A lot of them are still on the outside of the circle.
Yeah, and now they really have to climb the spine of the hills in order to make their way into the rim of the zone. eArena having a lot more to do as they pass towards the section of La Corberia. Getting a little bit of attention coming in from the side of WDG. I believe that to be Marcus over onto the hillside, but nothing too dangerous just yet for eArena to bypass safely. It's going to be a 2-2 split going on over on their convoy. So the coast seems clear for now, but of course, might as well just go in for a couple of attempts. Windy Gaming, having Marcus to just keep it pretty much occupied for the moment, while Upchen does get the catch. It's gonna be Long X. Immediately as he falls, he's been greeted by Rossitet during the tier top 5, already securing the first point of the day.
And that's going to be the first blood. and it's given to T5. They continue to pull away from eArena, but eArena is still in the game with the full squad, so anything can happen. But for the Expendables, they lose another player. Now it's only one left. Oh no, Contra. The Expendables, the PGC champions, the global champions. Now only one player left, and they risk not getting in the top 3.
It might just be the case. They want to hang on at the very least and salvage the situation by scoring whatever placement points. And here comes Savior as they manage to catch out Rosatet Jr., who's been lurking around looking for those targets by the open fields of La Cabrera. And now the X-Men members strike, and this will be the first point added to the tally. So they finally make the mark, scoring 50 in total at the moment. Back towards what you mentioned, the Expendables, what do they do from here on? Just only one member left, and it seems like the slump continues.
Yeah, the best they could do is to hold on for placement points for now. With only one player left, it's going to be pretty difficult. Yeah, you can kind of try to steal away eliminations from afar, but still, it's a tall order. Considering the fact that we have 16 teams still intact, for even him to try to gain placement points, try to hold on that long, it's going to be kind of hard. So now it's all about just playing safe and avoid as many teams as possible.
Well, we've seen clutch moments coming in from High Mass. Maybe that member of Expendables will need a couple of tips coming in from that member who's currently playing from AG Global. Well, of course, when push comes to shove, we do see some miracles happen from time to time. For the moment, maybe not too much of a miracle as teams are actually stuck inside El Pozo. It's Decimate versus Daytrade. And what makes matters worse is that there is a sandstorm. So not much of a point to go in for the peak as Belmont is trying to reposition Daytrade. They're hoping that the circle pulls deeper into the city, so they did not really have to rotate. And if it does shift away, then we will expect these 3 teams to go on the brawl. As we can see from the mini map, QiWA Esports is also involved.
Yeah, huge sandstorm, right? Look at that. It's on top of like so many teams. But anyway, he has passed and they can continue to peak. Circle-wise, so right, looks like it went to the area of a crater field. And for Force Natural Gaming, earlier on, they were inside a crater field, but they decided to move out. So right now, they don't need to really worry about, okay, we need to exit crater field. We don't have enough vehicles. They'll be fine out there. They don't need to think about that at least. So nobody wants to take the risk of being inside crater field itself. But that also means that it'll be interesting if the circle actually goes there and it will become a race of who probably gets the warehouse inside crater field itself.
Yeah, and in that essence, I really did like the fact that Force Natural Gaming managed to reposition themselves. Meanwhile, Cerberus Esports bypassing the city, getting a couple of shots coming in from not only the members of Cerberus Esports, it's just going to be FW to eventually take out Yimkud while they try to skirt past the tight corners of the city. Tonke managing to also nail down Hisaki, so that's 2 members already off the lease. So Cerberus Esports, I don't think they're fancying making a big U-turn to save their fallen brethren, so they will just have to cut their losses for now, while the rest of Daytrade tries to journey past all the members of QiWA Esports, and it's gonna be bad. That does clip them in return. AG Global also finding another member of Daytrade as we are seeing defeat run wild.
Passing by the urban area with so many teams, it's a matter of who will pick up those points. Yes, you can get the knock, but if you can't secure the elimination, then it's still not going to be bringing in much value. But anyway, we are seeing another team coming by. It's going to be Sharper Esports. They land themselves directly on the high ground. Hopefully, they're well stocked up there.
I believe that they should just have just about enough resources for the moment. But the biggest trouble is to exit this corner of El Pozo, because looking at the current state of Phase 3, a lot of teams assume that it may not actually cover most region of all these compounds that they're holding through, but they still could just take a couple of minutes to navigate their way around it and wait for the next circle to pop for them to, of course, get some affirmation at the very least. For Daytrade, they lose to pretty much the same fate as Cerberus Esports early on. But what do they do now? I mean, they are kind of stuck with a lot of all the players within the region of El Pozo, and they might not want to take too much of a risky play at the moment. But whatever they could just get to pick off, that will be an added bonus for now. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, though, over onto the corners of Crater Fields, we now have Team Flash taking over the compounds where Forest Natural Gaming used to be. So perhaps this could be a decent run this time for Team Flash.
And we're going to see the next phase of the circle real soon. A lot of teams still inside of El Pozo. If the circle goes out, it's going to be real interesting. Get a confirmation. Still part of El Pozo within the circle, but pretty much only 2 teams within it. The others, they need to move forward. So it's going to be real messy inside the urban area.
It might just be a good time for the rest of AG Global to actually farm up all these teams running towards the direction. Speaking of which, QiWA receiving a couple tags as HAPPIE Squad tries to make their way across and now infiltrates the compound. This is going to be pretty rough as the rest of Team Flash is pretty split up. They did manage to get the knock with a nade being tossed right in from QiWA, but he needs to find a whole lot more. Knowing that they were having a few more on back, they send in the cavalry for a flank, and that's 2 members down to Alden Bonds, and just like that, HAPPIE Squad is eliminated.
Whoa, I love the flank. I love the flank by Team Flash. They were really quick in executing that. Definitely no hesitation by Team Flash. And with that, we see another team eliminated to the hands of Team Flash. And Team Flash, they'll pick up 3 kills so far. So far, so good for Team Flash. And the fact that they will come in from the northern side, they should have enough space to navigate through to get into the circle.
Yeah, they could absolutely try to push over onto the high ground to challenge even the likes of Theerathon 5, who's already been planted up there for some time. Meanwhile, Flood's going to be able to find a little bit of exchange as they are going blow for blow. But FW Esports have already pinned them over onto the corners of the hill. So that's going to be a tough one for Decimate Esports, where they're having a split attention for the moment. While inside the city, the coast isn't quite clear just yet. Cerberus Esports, they're not within the zone. They got to find a way to bypass, so I think it's about time we see some scraps happen within the city.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports, they'll be hoping for fights to happen within El Pozo so that all those other teams in front of them will be distracted. And so far, we can see that shots are being taken within El Pozo itself. So as long as Cerberus Esports, they can get the signal, they can hear the audio cue, they could probably time themselves to get in. But right in front of them, it's still going to be QiWA Esports still waiting. So perhaps they also kind of know that, okay, behind us is going to be Cerberus Esports. We might as well play the gatekeeping role to try to pick up a couple of points out of Cerberus.
Yeah, they could manage to, if they can manage to do so, it will be absolutely great for them to just maintain their current standings at the moment. Well, it is absolutely a gridlock over on the corners of El Pozo as we have QiWA to also get some really good angles up against those who are on the hill. Believe that to be Forest Natural Gaming, as they are having a couple of compounds through the churches to work with, while Tido and the rest of WDG, they're finally making their way across as they want to challenge either Decimate Gaming or even the likes of Sharper Esports, as Tido just tries to full send it. 7689 has already been clipped while he was on his journey, while Olympus will be able to pin one more member down from Decimate Game.
And Circle goes up to the high ground where Sharper Esports is at. Very good position for them to be in. But the hardest position right now is going to be Solo Z. For Cerberus Esports, he's still not out of the city yet, and he's tanking the blue right now. As for Team Flash, they'll be looking to hike up to the high ground, and WDG going up there as well. But Sharper Esports, now that we can get a good clear view of where exactly they are at, no team is going to be able to challenge them at the top.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to actually find those angles. They came up here with perhaps emergency pickup just to get to this elevated angle. And I guess that they gotta keep their resources running efficiently, or else it's gonna be a tough descent where Team Flash is hoping to actually slowly pick them off. Patapong coming in to also dropping the grenade towards the members of Xavage Men, as both T5 as well as Sharper Esports were interested to just pin out the rest of Xavage Men, who hopes to be getting themselves that low ground over on south. So for now, it's just a little bit rowdy, but it's not really straightforward battles. As you can see, the terrain is giving some advantages to the side of Sharper Esports, but there are also angles that they could not reach right underneath.
Look at Sharper Esports. Yes, they do get the information, but it's going to be hard for them to land those shots. But anyway, as long as they stay safe and they still have the circle, they'll be fine. The bigger question is that, what if the circle moves away from Sharper Esports? Like, how are they going to manage that?
They just gotta shoot their way down, and I'm pretty sure that it's gonna be a tough ordeal if that ever happens. And they've already attracted attention coming in from Team Flash and many more to go. Speaking of which, Fuki gets taken down as WDG managing to have Marcus pin him out. Tito on the hunt as they also find the rest of Sharper Esports at the very same time. A lot of all these teams who are in the city are trying to put a little bit more pressure to those over on the hillside. Meanwhile, they still have to make their way past, and we're finally getting a fight erupting. Xavage Man, they're pushing through up against T5, and T5 is no longer in the match.
Oh, with T5 eliminated, this opens up the opportunity for eArena to overtake them. But the fact that eArena still has a full squad and they're still in the game, that could potentially still happen for eArena. Something that we're gonna keep an eye on. But for the other teams breaking into the top 3, Forest Natural Gaming is still in this. And look at this contra. Forest Natural Gaming, they already got 7 eliminations. But on screen, WDG against Sharper.
They managed to overtake the Expendables with this result, and this is just bad news for the global champions. But of course, the fight goes on. Sharper Esports is still standing tall over onto the hillside. Whereas, how many teams who are over on the south? They got to hope that this circle pulls back to them. And good news for FW Esports, they can remain on that compound. And everybody else inside of El Pozo got to make their cut to challenge FW Esports.
For those teams who found Sharper Esports to be annoying, now is their time to take their revenge. Sharper Esports will be forced to move forward. They still have a few high grounds that they can play with, so they can kind of take their time, but that also means that they'll be even more exposed to the other team. So that's something that Sharper Esports will need to consider when coming into this phase of the circle. On their way, looks like Zapaloy, Jedi, they got 1 knock each.
Yeah, that's absolutely beautiful. Sharper Esports, they're farming all these numbers. We've seen a couple of knocks, but no conversion just yet. And now they need to clear out the rest of Xavage Men in order to have a safe journey downwards. And Tycon is making it difficult for them to even consider jumping right underneath. So AG Global definitely hoping to keep them at bay for the current moment, but there's still Xavage Men. Oliver right down over on the crease quickly as J-Dot taps him out. So Upchin might just be able to go for a save, but the nades are dropping in. Can he find a way to connect it up to Upchin?
The force is definitely strong with Jedi. Nice shot from the top, and now he even got Upchin. And this is their time to go down all the way. The Sharks are waiting. But they managed to eliminate Savage Man Esports. All right, now they will have an entry into the circle. But they need to be careful of WDG who is coming in. But anyway, WDG, they're kind of busy with Forest Natural Gaming.
Yeah, efficient usage of the utilities as Sharper Esports just dropped plenty of Molotovs as well as frags right into that crater, and just like that, the rest of Savage Men could not actually outlast. While Tycon as well as Destroy still hitting pretty hard right now into this matchup. While Forest Natural Gaming, they've got those angles, but slowly they need to find descent, just like Sharper Esports. Hoping to check the rest of the field as they did not to perhaps spot out Sherbert by the corner. Sherbert's got nowhere to go. There's barely enough cover. He's already on that full shield. And FW Esports also marking into the corner. QiWA is just trying to buy a little bit more space, a little bit more time. But Sherbert's trying to make his way past, and he gets spotted out.
Even Tika is in trouble right now if you look at the minimap. Still on the outside, tanking the blue. 6 sacks, putting pressure back onto Sharper Esports, who just arrived onto the lower ground. But they still have some space to play with. They still have elevation, so they're still okay for now. But Phase 7 is coming in really, really soon. As for AG, on the right, they do have a compound. They do have a warehouse, but they want to move into the inside the circle. While they were traveling, eArena punished them.
Yeah, they just got those beautiful angles to just spray directly on these members of AG Global. AG Global were forced to move into that corner, as that is going to be the edge of the zone, and they are unable to even get anywhere close to the side of FW, and that is going to be that major decision that proves to be costly, but they don't exactly have much of an option left, so it's only going to be Tycon left for the rest of AG Global to play this one out.
And here comes Force Natural Gaming. picking up those points. 8 kills so far for Force Natural Gaming. They want to boost themselves up to the top 3. And as Tycon comes by, Tycon take it out. eArena takes the points in, and now they're officially above T5.
Wow, that was a crazy full send coming in from the side of AG Global. But, of course, Force Natural Gaming, with such a strong start, they got themselves the perfect spot to hold out, and all they really have to do is to close this within a top 3, and they should be locking that number up against Daytrade. But keep in mind, Daytrade, they added a few over on tally, so it could still be pretty much an even scoreline by the end of the run. So Sharper Esports, they got to find more targets. And up against them, it's going to be Force Natural Gaming. He does get the trade done, takes down Scappy, and now Baron's looking for a response as well. He's trying to run across, but there is just too much open space. And that will be pretty much the end of the line for some of these guys out there as we move into the top 4. eArena, 1 member left, 2 more coming in from the side of QiWA of the Masters region. And of course, the full stack of FW and Forest will be playing for the win.
And Force Natural Gaming, they managed to pick up their teammates, so now they're back as a 4. But let's not forget about FW as well. Still a full squad on the other side of the road. We still have phase number 8 though, so let's see what kind of circle we're gonna get. But before that, we're gonna see Drake coming in here. Drake from the side together with his teammate, Man. And they want to take down Force Natural Gaming. Force Natural Gaming, at this point, they probably don't know that he's there. And Drake managed to land a nade to Olympus. Olympus will fall.
Oh, Olympus, he is still hanging on as we're looking at the rest of the members of Force. Well, Olympus definitely has fallen. And just like that, they zoned off the rest of QiWA completely. Well, that definitely has been a better attempt coming in from the Indonesian squad, but that allowed so much room for FW Esports to also push through. Norin's squeezing directly in the middle. He's definitely not trying to draw any form of attention, but he could still pick up a few points and make a pretty hurtful run for either Force Natural Gaming or FW Esports.
Yeah, Nuris could potentially be the kingmaker here. Let's see. Oh, spotted out by Force Natural Gaming. Taken out by Scappy. Another point. Picked up by Force Natural Gaming. 12 kills right now. They're on the roll with a chance of scoring this chicken dinner. But they're going up against FW, who has a full squad. And FW, keep your eye onto Banana One. He's the off-angle guy. He could be the one to surprise Force Natural Gaming.
As much as he can actually pull a big impact run for inside of FW Esports, they've already spotted the rest of his members, who's currently situated just by the corners of the stadium, and there's barely any form of space. But Force Natural Gaming, they're wasting no time. They pop a couple of smokes just to try to stretch and extend their wings to cover the entirety of the field. And FW Esports, the moment that they need to run into the zone, it's just going to be trouble where there's just barely any space. As you can see, Zigzag, as much as he sees those movement coming from the side of Force Natural Gaming, they're unable to trade right back.
Yeah, it's such a tough angle, right? And that's also because of the urban area. But Force Natural Gaming, as long as they can manage Banana One, as we can see him on screen, he's repositioning himself just right in front of Force Natural Gaming, right below this hill. And it doesn't seem like Force Natural Gaming knows that he's there. So let's see what kind of surprise that Banana One can come up with. And also how the other players of FW, they're able to cut across this road. Okay, I see the idea right now. Banana One is just going to distract them with all his utilities and allow his other teammates to get into the circle.
Perfect space to be won out by the side of Banana One, just like how you just mentioned. Force Natural Gaming now notices his presence, though, despite not really having the angles to clear any of these members just yet. FW Esports, they do have the members advantage, and they can just try to isolate these targets as they try to look for Kiss, but the Kiss of Death lands upon Zigzag, and now the battle erupts. An equal tree versus tree. Tonke tries to make his way across. No time to go in for the rescue up against Zigzag, and this might just be the call to just run directly towards Baron to overwhelm the rest of Force Natural Gaming.
And Ray's managed to get across the road, so now he will join up with Banana One. And Banana One and Ray's is going to be the duo that has to do it. But for Force Natural Gaming, how much space more do they have with And Race, look at his position. He's going for the flank. He's going for the flank. He's coming from behind. And Kiss will be taken out by Banana One. They're looking for the next target. Baron will be the next one to fall. One more to go for FWE Esports to claim this chicken dinner. It's going to be Scappy at the other end. Scappy, 80% health, but good clear line of shot for Banana One to claim the chicken dinner.
What a game to start off our final day of our final stage as FW Esports claims a massive chicken dinner. For a moment, we thought that for Natural Gaming, they've got the best spot possible. The zone shrink over onto the open grounds that kind of allows the rest of FW Esports to slowly close in. And it's all due to the heroics of Banana One.
Oh yeah, that banana, one banana a day keeps the doctor away, they say. Or is that a different fruit? But anyway, without Banana One's position, not gonna lie there, it would have been very, very difficult for FW Esports.
Yeah, it definitely would be. And I think the call for him to slowly lurk around has really paid off so much. And then once his teammates could actually afford to get just about enough space, like you said, he tossed whatever utils to cause that distraction. And then FW Esports, despite that exchange and C6 going down, they have just about enough where Tonke was still covering from that lower ground. And just like that, all of their backs were absolutely exposed, all thanks to that flank coming through.
Yeah, and if we were to look at the recap as well, like Sharper Esports, at some point they had a difficult position because when the circle moved away, they have to go down and there's so many teams waiting for them below, but they managed all of them before they jumped down from that high ground, especially Savage Man Esports, who was exactly below them. And Savage Man Esports, they were at the point that, oh, they just need to wait for Sharper Esports to jump down and they would deal with it. But somehow Jedi, with the force, he's able to spot them out, able to take them out one by one. And because of that, that opened up the space for Sharper Esports to jump down and still survive.
Yeah, a little bit of that Obi-Wan Kenobi moment, like you said, out there. But for Sharper Esports, they were also pressurized by the rest of Forest who were on the opposite side over on the hill. So it was a tough exchange ever since they go in for that descent from the high ground. And Thunderous, he was trying to wing it to try to take the position of where eArena was. But unfortunately, throughout that formula exchange, they were solely spotted by not only eArena, but Forest Natural Gaming at the very same time. And went down to this, where QiWA squeezes over onto the corner of the hillside to try to challenge for that Forest Natural Gaming. And once they thought the coast was clear, nobody knew where exactly was Banana One. So, of course, we paid close attention to him. And after that, Razy joins in from the back to supplement him well enough to close off in this grand fashion. So, of course, that's big news for FW Esports as they are able to challenge for that PGS spot with this chicken dinner.
And with that, they bring back 5 total kills together. Not the sexiest of numbers, but the chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner at the end of the day. And of course, it's going to be 15 points collected. And Starman, how can you doubt this guy? Banana One, 3 kills, 359 damage. But we also have to give credit to his other teammates as well, who did not bring in the kills, but they put out a lot of damage. Raze, 591 damage. Tonke, 443 damage. Definitely the unsung heroes in their chicken dinner win here in game number 1. But when it comes to the MVP, we can only award one player the MVP, and it has to be given to Banana One.
Of course, the one and only Banana One so far had such a major impact on that very final match, which we've already sung praises for him. So far, FW Esports are definitely on a great momentum here from the past couple of days that they've been able to upkeep themselves. And now finding this chicken dinner, they might just be on for that spot. So we'll definitely have to see how the rest of the pack has been able to, of course, keep up to the pace. First Natural Gaming, I think this has been a major streak of points garnered in this span of round where they got 13 kills to add to the tally.
Oh yeah, so it's going to be still Forest Natural Gaming. They really want that top 3 here. A lot of points collected by them, 19 points in total. This will definitely shake up the top 3 after this. Can't wait to see how it will tally up later on. But for some of the teams who unfortunately did not gain any points, we got HAPPIE Squad, Cerberus Esports, and Decimate Gaming. No points collected by them at all. And the Expendables, only 1 point. And Forest Natural Gaming, number 4 right now. They're only 5 points behind Daytrade Gaming.
Wow, that's big news. As we take a look at the leaderboards, all 4 teams at the top are hailing from Thailand. Not to say that PVS has slumped whatsoever. It has been a very difficult run when we saw how it all plays out. But because T5 got taken out really early, eArena take this chance to claim that number 1 position. While, of course, when we look at the 5th spot all the way down to FW Esports that claimed that chicken dinner, it is still anyone's game to eventually emerge to the top. Of course, there's still a little bit more of that gap to be closed by FW. Cerberus Esports, they didn't manage to get all too much. 2 members taken out really early. And I hope that they could keep themselves alive a little bit longer so that we can make this grand final stage a little bit more crazy, as we still got 5 more maps to go.
No doubt, it is crazy enough right now. And we're only in game number 1 of the last day of the final stage. And we have like, what, 5 more games to go to determine who will be the champion, who will be the top 3. And it is still really, really tight. I'm liking this one so far. It's not like, oh, very, very clear that one team or that those 3 teams just dominate and everyone else is just canceling out each other. No, that's not going to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot of reason for you to stay tuned to the end of the day, because anyone, pretty much anyone in the middle pack right now can slide into number 3 at least.
Yeah, and we're also looking at the top 2 horse race to see who will be the grand champions of this APAC qualifier run as well. I'm pretty sure that T5, they're unhappy of how things went on throughout that course of the match. We had good initiations coming from Ross Tetsudu. You saw he was already trading very early on, finding a few points back towards T5. So maintaining some numbers, but eventually once more of all these teams were taking the high ground, it was getting a little bit more tricky for T5. And then you saw how many teams were actually inside of El Pozo. Even the likes of AG Global, which saw a deep run, I don't think that they've been able to garner too much because some of their angles inside Warehouse were giving them a difficult stance in terms of how they really want to trade against the rest of the pack. And then when push comes to shove, they went into this desperate situation where they just have to go in with a Hail Mary to go out in the open to challenge eArena. I don't think they managed to accomplish much by doing so, but of course, their hands were forced to fold on that circumstance. So hopefully a better run for AG Global as well, because we started off the day, we were singing praises that they have definitely made an impression coming into that day 3 of the final stage. And I believe that we want to see them get activated again.
Yeah, and it's not like going to El Pozo is a bad idea, right? I mean, if it's a bad idea, we wouldn't have seen so many teams inside of El Pozo. It is a good idea. It's okay. But of course, sometimes it depends on what kind of circle you're going to get. If you're going to get a fully El Pozo kind of circle, yeah, that's cool, right? But if you don't get the El Pozo circle at all, or maybe even half of it, then well, you just need to work around it. It's just that way. You can't say that, oh, going to El Pozo is a bad idea. It's a bad idea just because we've seen the circle. But when you're playing and you don't know what kind of circle you're going to get, you just need to take your chances and take the best position possible that you think that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, and the matter of fact is that even for some of these guys of FW Esports, they never really had the high ground. They were hugging by the corner of these walls, and eventually when they find that opportunity to really ascend over onto these corners of the hillside, they did actually overwhelm Forest Natural Gaming to actually secure this win. So it's really how all these circumstances kind of play out. And then, of course, when Banal once sees that right moment, he has been able to, of course, get this massive victory back towards the team. It may not be the flashes, like you said. It's only about, 15 points, but it definitely is going to at least supplement them if they will have this form of consistency. If you bring another couple of 15-pointers, hey, PGS 7 could be up for grabs for them.
Hey, with the fact that they scored the chicken dinner with 15 points, I mean, even for FW, they put themselves in contention for the top 3. And we have 5 more games to go, so it's mathematically still possible for FW Esports. A team that at some point, they were also like, on the second half of the overalls, people don't really talk about them being like, they might be in top 3. But with this chicken dinner, although only like 5 kills, but still, 5 more games to go, mathematically it's still possible for them. But their biggest competition right now, and I would say the competition for that 3rd spot is still going to be Forest Natural Gaming. They've been on the roll since yesterday.
Absolutely, and even despite not securing that chicken dinner, we saw them actually getting maximum points in this round. So far, this track record, so long as they upkeep this form of momentum or just have 3 more good games, that's all it takes for them to actually secure it. Because when we take a look at the rest of the field after that round, I think some of them did not manage to actually benefit too much. If you were to actually after the tally, perhaps it's about an average 4 to 5 corner if they're on a good run, or if it's going to be worse, then it's just 1 point to 0. So still a lot of work to be done here, where it's still relatively unclear on who exactly takes that last PGS spot. But at least it's been a decent haul from the past couple days for Daytrade Gaming. But they gotta wake up. I mean, we've seen some of the members of Daytrade. They did manage to trade back, but they were put in such a difficult situation. They're by the very edge of El Pozo. They have to deal with QiWA and so many other teams, and they did not make it past. 2 members falling flat just like that in the early phases, 2 or 3. It does not help at all. So Daytrade, they're hoping that the next zone is going to be something a little bit fair to everybody out there. Because, yeah, I know you can argue with me that you don't like urban endings. That's as close as an urban ending that it gets. So it's always a little bit of 50-50 on who really goes over onto the top of the podium. So that being said, we're getting ourselves into our second match of the day. This will be the very final map of Miramar to be played out here in the final stage.
Oh yeah, the last Miramar. Let's get a good zone. Let's get a good zone for the final Miramar here. Somewhere at Impala will be pretty nice, or maybe even a prison kind of circle. Ooh, that will be a very interesting kind of circle. Without further ado, you're up.
So far, we've seen a lot of immense action coming into the vast plains of Miramar, and we're going to see it for one last time to close off our APAC run as we kick things off here from the northeastern corner of the map of El Azhar. We're already having both Force as well as T5 to be pulling up rather early out of the plane. So your hopes of Impala probably would still be intact with this form of trajectory of the flight path that does end over onto both Impala as well as Patona. So we'll definitely keep our eyes on that. I mean, I've always wished for an Oasis ending. I've not seen that in a long while, and that could also be a really difficult circle to navigate around. But of course, I'll take what the PUBG gods will give us for now, while the rest of the pack, including FW Esports, are lining themselves very far towards the south side, and that includes names like Sharper, Daytrade, eArena, everyone with big stakes pretty much on the line.
And anyone with big stakes might meet up with each other? Probably not really. Maybe the closest one would be somewhere around Hacienda, where we have HAPPIE Squad, where we have Savage Man Gaming, somewhere around that area. So yeah. But Impala Circle, I guess like what you said, right? There is a possibility, though the chances are kind of small because it's centered around Escandera for now. But we're going to zoom in onto HAPPIE Squad. So last we checked, yes, X-Men, they were so close with them, but it's more like a glide by. So X-Men, they'll be okay.
It's just going to be a smooth start for now. You got to hustle whoever comes pretty close by. Meanwhile, Huang F definitely heard the engines roaring coming in from the member of Sharper Esports. So it is definitely on his toes at the moment, but they're not calling the cavalry just yet. TDT will have a decent time looting inside Los Leones. It's always just going to be a little bit of a push and pull situation. Mental warfare coming in from the side of Sharper Esports. Well, T5 with Fluky so far being the star of the show throughout the finals run, have seen them rise all the way into this current top 2 form. But of course, last round, it was rather tough for T5. They didn't manage to secure much of their position, also getting clipped within these walls of El Pozo. This time, there's ample space since that they're going to be playing across those valleys, whether it's around the regions of Cantera or even Impala. And of course, over onto the south side of Los Leones is entirely playable. It still could end up anywhere. So I would assume that T5, they will just take maybe a couple of pit stops in order to just navigate their way around before affirming a central zone for them to slowly play things out.
Yeah, I believe like with this kind of circle, we might see a lot of teams playing center, but don't be surprised if we even see like teams taking their sweet time because it's not like a corner tuck kind of circle, right? Like even if the circle goes away far and you're not in the middle, you're playing by the side, you can still kind of rotate to the other side on the early phases. But let's see where QiWA can rotate to because EA is looking at him. And it looks like QiWA has no idea. There you go from the back, and EA says surprise.
Oh my goodness, just like that, caught out in the open. QiWA had such a massive contribution to Team Flash on that last round where we saw a battle erupted, and it's kind of like a payback time. If you remember, it was Flash who took out HAPPIE Squad early on.
Oh yeah. So a bit of a payback there. At least for the first point, okay. And HAPPIE Squad, well, definitely happy to pick up that point. But for HAPPIE Squad, again, okay, so there's one of those teams that have a yo-yo-ish sort of performance, right? Like, okay, there's a couple of rounds, like we see them, okay, they do well. And then after that, they don't do really well. At some point, I kind of thought that, hey, HAPPIE Squad may be one of the contenders for top 3 spot. Not that they're totally out of it yet. I mean, if they can come up with explosive back-to-back performance with the remaining 5 games, then cool. But at the rate that they're going, it's kind of scary for HAPPIE Squad. And I believe with a team that has a lot of experience coming in from the former Archangel Predator squad, there must be a certain expectation for the fans that they'll be able to perform. But it's just too bad that they are put in this situation where they could not find the level of consistency.
Absolutely agree with your statement right there. Decimate Esports, Decimate Gaming, excuse me, find themselves by the edge of the hill and does actually go for a trade between Team Flash. Vodish tries to supplement whatever form of attack that he could just to keep his members alive, but this is not going to be an easy task to keep Long X on his toes for now. Decimate goes in for the revive. Meanwhile, Long X is still limping, and that is quickly secured by Flood. Very good instant response coming in from Decimate to be able to draw up a clean exchange for the moment. WTG, they just want to bypass this corner and want nothing to do with this former trade inside of Minas Generalis. Binek a little bit stretched out as the rest of Team Flash will try to regroup all together. Now he gets spotted out by Flood. He unleashed the entire clip of the AUGs, but not finding anything in return.
Yeah, a bit of a spray there, but that will also expose their position. Anyway, no surprise of the position of Decimate Gaming because they crashed into Team Flash earlier on anyway. And Team Flash right now being aware of their presence, Vodich trying to find an angle, but it's not going to be easy. Just look at this terrain. I mean, it just blocks his visual out of even looking at Decimate Gaming. Yes, he can peek out, takes a couple of shots, and that's pretty much about it. And he has to retreat back.
Meanwhile, it's 2 versus 4 though. Vodish has got to pull off a grand heist with this one. Starting things off with a grenade. He does know where exactly Flood is, and that is perfect. Now, what's going to be the response here? Vodish being rained with a couple of frags right on top. As Empty says, you could do that, I could do exactly the same. And with the help of Insight, they should be able to actually secure this. So it's only down to Binek right now to try to clutch it for Team Flash.
Yeah, it's obvious for Decimate Gaming, they have the numbers against Team Flash right now. So it's a matter of time till they crash onto Binek. The home voltage is crawling towards Binek, hoping to be revived, but I'm pretty sure Decimate Gaming will not allow that to happen. The picked up has happened for Decimate Gaming, and it's a matter of time till they rush in. Binek takes a lot of damage, down to 42 health. Where is he going to go right now? You need to find a way to pull off an insane clutch, but does he have the right weapons to do it?
He's holding on to that Ace-32. Perhaps he could still ace it with this weapon, perhaps. Of course, the chances are looking rather slim, though. I mean, taking a look at the entirety of Decimate slowly wearing them down and has that pure confidence to just eventually swarm towards that territory. Of course, you don't want to leave everything to chance, because once Decimate Gaming arrived, it was already 2 members of Team Flash, so they actually have no idea if they're dealing with a full squad setup. So they're definitely giving just about enough room of respect to deal with the final member of Team Flash.
Very respectful of Decimate Gaming, if you ask me. I mean, at this point, they probably have enough information that, okay, there's that one guy. But maybe also at the back of their minds that, oh, we have seen enough clutches here in this tournament, so they don't want to take their chances. But anyway, they will still go in. They want to finish up the job, and they have to do it quickly. And it's swiftly done by Flood, finishing up in at Team Flash, the first team to be eliminated.
Smooth cruise for the guys from OS. 3 points to supplement some of their troubles so far throughout the grand finals. Meanwhile, HAPPIE Squad's also getting themselves involved so far. After getting that first point, the rest of HAPPIE Squad has been looking rather proactive moving into this final map of Miramar. This is a map that they've definitely been showing a lot of great results, especially from the playing stage where they clutched it towards the very final game. So they got to use that same mentality that, hey, this is the final day. If we've done it before, we can do it again once more. So let's take a look whether if they're going to be going for any form of advancement. It seems like they're being held back because the rest of T5 have arrived towards the back of Minister Rallis.
Yeah, say hello, T5. They want to take back their #1 spot out of the hands of eArena. With their current spread, okay, it's still an early game strat that they spread out. They try to gather information. They try to lock in good positions as early as possible. Sharing the same area with HAPPIE Squad. And HAPPIE Squad, I don't think they have a good view of T5 yet. T5, on the other hand, they kind of know that AI is up here. But again, because AI proning and with this angle, they can't take the shots onto AI. So this position will be held at least for maybe 2 phases, since they're somewhat in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, probably the case, as you can see, that all the teams have already had the hunch that this would just close in a little bit more center, but it will pull slightly towards the southern corners where it does cover at least half of Los Leones. You can still say the entirety of Los Leones if you want it to be, as the rest of T5 will now have to journey their way past the members of HAPPIE Squad. And this is the scenario that HAPPIE Squad wants, because they have the high ground advantage at the moment. Force Natural Gaming, however, having Scappy to be knocked down, of course, being retrieved back into the wheels for Kiz to recover him in the safer spot. Saber now being traded back as Baron holds him just by the corner of the tree. What an angle. He managed to spot 2 members from the side of Xavage Men. Speaking of which, Ia finally sniffed out Fluky that's been tracing him for such a long time.
Oh yeah, Fluky is down, but not out yet. Well, oh yeah, he's out. So that's going to be T5 losing a player. eArena will be pleased with that, with the fact that T5 is now playing with a handicap. Let's see how long will they be able to stand. So far, they are still in phase #2. So having the circle that would allow them to at least reset and determine what they're going to do next with 3 players. Savage Men, looks like they are also somewhere around the circle. Not going to be a big problem for them. I wonder how many teams right now are on the outside, because the blue is starting to close.
Yeah, from the last I checked, it's only a couple of teams, but it's actually not too far off from the zone where they need to be. But the problem about this zone ending around Cantera as well as Las Arenas is that there are a lot of entry points that's already being held by a couple of little names. And of course, you expect eArena to be holding over on South Side because they were starting things off inside Puerto Paraiso. So, of course, nobody really wants to take that form of risk to rock up against them. Meanwhile, Daytrade, they're happy enough where they should be, as they're going to share this spot to a little closer to Cerberus Esports. But they're definitely not going for the exchanges just yet. Decimate have now found themselves overall to the creators of Cantera, and Evil Patrick is also tracing the rest of these Theerathon 5 members. So this is still going to be a rough ordeal while Hymas finds that pick as Evil Patrick is down.
Yeah, and Decimate Gaming is coming in to collect that point. for the other players to save him is going to be pretty tough. Bots is on his way though, but I wonder how much impact can it bring to save his teammate again. Bots, I guess he has to let this one go. Okay, he has somewhat arrived at the foot of this hill, but I doubt he'll be able to save his teammate. Anyway, he puts himself in a very awkward position. Inside, shooting him down, and Bots has no choice but to leave Evil Patrick behind.
Yeah, he just gotta save himself for the moment. Wow, you see the rest of Decimate Gaming running across as the rest of AG Global has got them pretty much spotted out through the valleyways. Monty unable to move all too far, but there is going to be help coming in the way. So we would still expect Insight to try to pull him back up, but the shots are actually going towards the Medrado. If the tires have popped, then this could still be a very tricky situation for the rest of Decimate. Well, we do get an update. Decimate is just by the rim of the zone, so it shouldn't be too problematic. They could still try to fight for that spot inside of Cantera, where the compounds were absolutely up for grabs. Delwyn takes one down from the side of Xavage while they are going for the exchange. Delwyn gets knocked up, so instant response. I believe that to be Upchin to be on that car 98K to deliver a really nasty one. So as it continues, we will expect even more fights just by the outskirts of the zone.
But interesting that Decimate Gaming so far, they managed to collect 4 points. A team that's rather struggling. At some point in day number 1, they had an okay day, but now they're slowly sliding down, and this is the final day for them to make a comeback. But for comebacks, the Expendables, Delwyn, taken out. They continue to suffer.
Not really good news for the rest of the pack of the Expendables. Well, we did actually see some of all these guys going for these changes through the valleyways, and of course, in situations like this, a lot of all these names out there are trying to third-party each other. Lucky J taking out Elgin Bots, claiming another life, while Upchin moving outside of the zone just to try to wrap around over on the far east corner of the map. But where exactly is going to be safe for the rest of Xavage, because there is just so much room that they need to cover before they end up back inside the zone. Well, Happy Squad, they're just going to be A-okay, where at least that's one pressure off of their backs at this moment. A very risky move coming from the rest of X-Men, but now where do they actually find an entry point? Because they're driving further and further towards the south side.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the fact that they have to tank out the blue at the same time, right? Yes, they do have healing utilities, but you have to use it to just tank out the blue. And when you reach inside of the zone, maybe you're kind of worn out. So that's the risk that they're taking right now. Let's see how long more they can survive this. At this point, for Savage Man Esports, they're number 16, the spot that nobody wants to be in. And you don't want to end the day at that dreaded number 16.
Yeah, nobody really wants to end up dead last in any of these matches at all. But for now, X-Men, I would say it's almost mathematically impossible, but hey, they're just trying to see whether if they could overtake QiWA and maybe even Decimate. If they can get a couple of these good games running, then they can find maybe a couple of hundreds of dollars richer by the end of the run. So that is always a little bit more of a motivating factor. On top of that, of course, the teams who has got a lot of pressure on their backs, the ones fighting for the top 3 position. Speaking of which, Happy Squad, they got sniffed out by Clories from the outside, as the Expendables have expected some visitors heading into this corner, while they could just hold on for the moment. But we expect a little bit more retaliation coming from the rest of Happy Squad as they now erupt into the battle, sending Elgin Bots into the shack already while they try to charge with a grenade. Elgin Bots running for that cover, and this is going to be a tough one, despite Happy Squad having a little bit more room, because that blue zone zoning off Elgin Bots.
Oh, and on the other side, it's going to be 777 waiting. 777 looking over at Happy Squad. Happy Squad not making the big moves yet. Everyone's on a reset roll. But on the other side, Cerberus Esports. Okay, somehow they wiped out AG Global.
Wow, AG Global gone so early on. Now this is going to be a big chance for everybody out there. TDT, FW Esports, the Windy Gaming especially, are hoping that they could overtake both AG Global as well as TE. while Cerberus Esports, as much as they have kind of slowed down their pace, this is where they gotta turn up to 5th gear and claim even more points, because they're still pretty much having a decent shot. Chloris tries to pull all the way back, and that is a big setup. Tabu finishes the job, taking out HAPPIE squad.
The Expendables, they need all the points they can get right now. 4 kills collected by the Expendables, and now their mission is to get into the circle. Last we checked, there were a lot of teams there. Well, WDG, they do have Cerberus Esports to deal with. WDG, full squad against Cerberus Esports, 3 players. Let's see if they can come up with something here. They must win this fight to take total control of this warehouse.
It is going to be a really, really big fight to be won out there, whether if it's Windy or Cerberus that comes up on top. Lyrics, however, over onto the outskirts, have been able to spout out Xavage, man, and it has been such a rough ride for course, the Chinese Taipei squad, who has been the mainstays coming in from the PUBG Master Series. Tough luck. I mean, the journey continues. TD racking up a nade, throwing onto Hasaki. Don't believe that any of that damage will go through. Now he actually finds a glimpse of an angle as Tilo has put him down to 50%. And if he does get that knock, you will expect a full send being set by the rest of Windy Game.
And at the same time, Flood gets Man. So it looks like a Decimate Gaming having a decent round so far. KM99 will be knocked down. And that's what we kind of expected. X-Men unfortunately eliminated. They failed to find a way into the circle. Sharper Esports right now in the fight against eArena. eArena, they want to collect these points to hold on to their number 1 spot, but they're on the outside of the circle. The blue has arrived. Only Larryx left for eArena. Heals up quickly. But next, how is he going to get in? Sharper Esports Jedi is still looking down on him.
Yeah, and the entirety of Sharper Esports is just zoning them off completely, so it's really down to Larryx right now to just hang on. They managed to collect 3 points, but 3 points is barely even enough to actually maintain their record at the top of the podium. And they're just trying to see if he could just survive, and perhaps he could just make it a deeper run to score a couple of placement points at the very least. Jedi on the hunt. He knows that the job is not done just yet. So he's extending over the blue zone. As you can see, Sharper, they're willing to put in the work as well as to loot up whatever that's over on the corner and claim a couple of these vehicles if he could. Only 2 first aid kit though. A little risky of this move, and he's just about getting enough time to get himself pretty much healthy once again. So Sharper Esports, they clear up the space. Larryx, he finds himself one of the bodies on the ground, goes in for a quick restock. He's got 8 first aid, so he should be absolutely fine.
8 is fine for phase number 5. Phase number 6, well, we need to wait and see what sort of challenge will he be faced off with. But speaking about challenge, this warehouse is no longer valuable. WDG and Cerberus Esports, they were at it for quite a while now, but this fight now has to end. And WDG, Marcus lobs a nade, he takes the shot, he gets 1, and looks like so far so good for WDG. But Marcus, he forgot to check his back, but his teammates covered him back.
Wow, what a great hole of the angle coming from the side of Rib, and just like that, Cerberus, we were just deterred from getting themselves across. Meanwhile, TDT on the outskirts are dealing with a little bit of a heckle coming out of QiWA as well as Decimate Gaming at the very same time. Those nades have definitely done the number, and Monty's sending another one towards the side of TDT, hoping to find the mark. Not quite yet, just for the moment, and instead, it's traded back by 6789.
6789 collects that point, and Decimate Gaming eliminated. Now TDT, they have FW in front of them to deal with. While we move forward to the outside the circle, Sharper Esports needs to come in. In front of them is going to be Daytrade Gaming with a call by Daytrade Gaming. Thunderdoll shoots from the top, gets Jedi. 1 more to go.
Daytrade find the rest of these Sharper members running out in the open. Earth barely has enough cover for himself. And here comes the push coming from Tinker. There's barely enough time for him to heal up, but thankfully, he's not being spotted out just yet. So Sharper Esports, they can just play through these nuke and cranny and hope to be safe. But Towndall is on the chase. The rest of Daytrade, they're not going to leave this up to chance. But this might still be an angle where Earth could actually punch it. But the Molotov's burning him down.
Oh man, for a second there, I thought that Cerberus found an angle for him to avoid that molly, but at the other day, barbecued down, eliminated just like that. Circle is shifted. FW, they have the best possible spot in this circle, but for the other teams, majority of them on the outside, they have to come in, especially Daytrade Gaming now in front of them. A lot of open space. They have to take the risk.
The winners of that past round of Miramar might be able to clutch a back-to-back win in order to put themselves all the way to the top. T5, they're still well and alive. eArena still depending on Lyrics that did manage to make the run, but the moment he steps right in, he just got sniffed out, and it all belongs to Daytrade's very own Flash. We're looking at a very aggressive side coming out of Daytrade Esports. Now that they've cleared out all these teams, they have an entry point. WDG over on North trying to defend their way out up against the side of Forest, where Scappy has been able to pin down Tito. So Windy Gaming, where exactly can they go from here? They've got to challenge either the members of FW or face the wrath of Forest Natural Gaming.
And Banana One right in front of Marcus. Marcus kind of knows that Banana One is there though. But Marcus looks away. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't know. And Banana One could potentially surprise him. At the same time, Baron gets Tito. Forest Natural Gaming continues their rage. So far, 1 elimination point, but they can potentially get more still. But the fact that Daytrade Gaming is still in this with a full squad, they need to find a way to eliminate them to slide into top 3.
And we're looking at similar names that we saw in the past run. FW Esports, Forest Natural Gaming, having very healthy numbers to work with. Windy, however, stuck in between while we have the rest of T5 cutting into the corners where Daytrade has been able to hold him down. Still could be Rossett Jr. running along around the outskirts, looking for that far flank, but no angles whatsoever where they will have to cut up Patampong without any form of time to actually fully go for a revive. But there is going to be an attempt, as there is enough space to be bought at the moment. Daytrade Gaming, they're just cracking up all these bottle of smokes, and now spots Outranger X, but he's back is again exposed to the blue zone and gotta eventually squeeze into the tough corner. And now the rest of Daytrade is being bunched up. T5, they may actually close right in from this instance forward.
Oh, Daytrade wouldn't mind taking out T5. They take out Patapon first as an opening, looking for the other members of T5. At the same time, Flash is currently down. They need to pick him up. But Rossiter is still around. Rossiter, it's going to be super duper annoying towards Daytrade Gaming. But finally, they've dealt with Rossiter. Rossiter eliminated by Tanadol.
Tanadol has been doing so much in this round and still looking for a whole lot more as he takes out Rossiter Jr. It's your top 5 only left with Ranger X as he's absolutely exposed. The rest of Daytrade is going to be hunting him out, and all they really have to do is to prod a couple of nades into the shack. So far, looking really clear for the rest of Forest Natural Gaming as they are slowly withering down the rest of these targets coming from the edge, while they have Kiz to be on a far angle to deal with the rest of the members of FW Esports that have split onto a 2-2 formation. And that's going to be a headshot. T5 is down.
Unbelievable shot that was. I was stunned myself. Now Marcus, looking to come up with an unbelievable performance against FW Esports, locking him down at the moment. The smoke is buying him time, but where's Marcus gonna go? He does not have the space to play with. 6 sacks from the high ground. Everyone's looking at Marcus. It's probably just a matter of time right now before Marcus goes out, but before that, Tigger will be gotten out by Baron. Now Raze, he lost his patience. He's going in, but at the same time, here comes Forest Natural Gaming.
Kiz, he just arrives in the nick of time, but now draws all the attention out of these two members of course for FW Esports. Razy now tries to chase over onto this quarters as he tries to pull back. He actually goes for a 180 swing and then takes down the members of FW Esports. Now it's going to be 3v2v1. All down to Kiz for Forest Natural Gaming as he is hunting out for Banana One.
Ooh, and Kiz, he wants a bit of revenge here. If he can get Banana One, that will be the target that he would love to take out. But let's not forget about Daytrade Gaming. They have the best possible spot for now. The high ground is theirs. They're overlooking Tom K and also Kiz. And Kiz, how is he going to deal with this? I mean, just look at this. Kiz, he needs to cross over the road while Tom K, he's still in the circle so he can kind of chill there. All he needs to do is just be careful of Daytrade Gaming. That's all. But for Kiz, he's going in 6 sacks, and also Banana One right far in. It's going to be a 2v1 now, and Kiz will be eliminated. Number 3 for Forest Natural Gaming.
Daytrade, they're hoping to secure this chicken dinner right now with a weakened side of FW Esports. As I say that, it's K with the flank. He gets the headshot onto Tinker, and now it's going to be evening the odds for FW Esports. Belmoff tries to also set a score as he's sending his way to deal with the situation against K, and just like that, they knock him down. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 1. They trade him, they secure the chicken dinner. They can create that gap in order to hunker down that PGS spot.
Oh, make that 2v2 now. It's going to be FW or Daytrade Gaming, but FW, they're on the lower ground. Daytrade Gaming, they have the geographical advantage. Even the circle kind of favors Daytrade Gaming. FW, they have to hike up, but in front of them is an open space. How are they going to even do this?
They do have a little bit of leverage when it comes down to defending themselves with whatever compounds necessary, but they don't really want to be bunched up altogether. They see the movement coming from Belmoff as he's trying to pull a little bit of decoy as he cuts off at least one of the compounds from being grasped by Banana One. Zigzag is on the other corner of the wall, so this is still going to be a very technical battle between the two of them as the finest out of Thailand are going at it. Belmoff now climbs up over onto the roof. He might be able to spot out Zigzag through the window if he actually peeks out. So it is going to be a really risky maneuver from either side of the party. As Banana One, he's hiding out over on the off angle just by the corner of the truck. And I think he's already knowing for the fact that Belmoff is there. So it's all down to Tado. What is the next big move for Daytrade?
Oh yeah, both sides 50-50 right now, all of them within the circle. A nade on the Banana One. Somehow Banana One managed to survive that, cuts himself down to 50%, but he immediately heals up. Not going to be a problem, but Zigzags with this nade. If this nade lands on the Belmoff, it will be a big opening for FW Esports, but Banana One is the one to go down to the hands of Theerathon.
All down to Zigzag right now as they're trying to spot the corners of the roof, and this will be it. Belmoff secures the kill. It's down to Zigzag. Tunnel. He knows that he's somewhere inside. They're not going for the full push just yet because at any given moment they're being pincered down to a choke point. FW Esports could still turn the tides of the battle respectfully as it goes, giving him just about a little bit of wiggle room to breathe for the moment. Zigzag. He's got so much on his plate for now. FW Esports really looking desperate for this second win of the day. Daytrade, they can afford all the time necessary because once that zone subsides here in phase 9, he will be flushed out of that position.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time right now. Unless he can pull off an insane move here. Zigzag's the hope of FW. FW will be relying on Zigzag to pull off this double back-to-back chicken dinner. But Belmoff and Tado would not want to let this one go. And Tado sees him. They know exactly which house that Zigzag is at. And right now, they might come in and sandwich Zigzag. But no, they're playing the patience game. They know that they have the time. They're not rushing in yet.
They don't really have to do so. They want Zigzag to step out of the compound, and that's where they will strike. Belmoff has always been camping out over onto the rooftops, and that's where Zigzag keep his eyes onto these corners, hoping that he takes that jiggle peek, and if he does, Belmoff could easily go down.
Right now, Zigzag shows himself, but yes, the smoke's still active. Okay, retreats back. Man, this is going to be really micro right now. Okay, another Molly sent from the top, but the Molly will not affect him. Anyway, Zigzag will be forced to show himself, and it's going to be a winner chicken dinner for Daytrade Gaming.
They bounce back to the top, and they will hold on to that spot tightly in order to gatekeep anybody out there from reaching that PGS 7 and 8. Daytrade with a massive win once more in order to lock that spot, and there's only 4 more games for the rest of the challengers to seize whatever's still left on the table. But of course, this final mirror battle was pretty intense where we saw so many of all these early action between Decimate, Team Flash, and so many other notable names. And I was pretty much surprised that names like eArena had find themselves struggling by the edge of the zone as they try to rotate rather late over on the corners of Los Leones.
Yeah, it didn't really work out for them, right? So eArena, I wonder how this will affect the overall charts later on, because we have to look at how T5 perform overall in this round as well. But the race for the top 3 is going to be pretty tight now that the fact that Daytrade Gaming scored the chicken dinner. So for teams like Forest Natural Gaming, who did fairly well in game number 1, they're going to have a tight competition for that 3rd spot. But same goes for the Expendables. Again, another tough round for them.
Yeah, and it's been multiple tough rounds, so to speak. While we had Forest Natural Gaming still surviving till the tail end of this round, it's more of how many eliminations that they managed to acquire in this span of the moment where they were pretty much on that open field to trade out plenty of these names, such as Sharper Esports, and of course, Zapaloy pull off quite a long run, but it was Daytrade that has been on the hunt for all these names out there, and when they close it out, it really seemed like they knew exactly what to do. All they had to do was just wait for FWA Esports to step out to the open grounds to secure themselves this chicken dinner. But of course, Daytrade, just look at Tanadol in his prime form. He has been absolutely a beast in this lobby.
Oh yeah, he's been putting out a headache to all the other teams, right? Like his own performance as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he will be granted the MVP. But this is also one of the highlight moments here. Kiss holding out 2 players by himself. At some point, he did very, very well to just manage them, but it was just too much for him to handle. Not only because of like the players in front, FW, but because Daytrade Gaming was behind him. So he had to like be aware of not only what's happening at the front, but also the back. So that kind of hindered his movement a bit.
Yeah, true enough. And then it boiled down to this 2 versus 1 scenario where Daytrade, they understood the assignment where they're basically playing with the chicken dinner right now, while of course not leaving anything to chance. So Zigzag was in such a predicament in order to secure a back-to-back win. Of course, that was denied by Daytrade throughout the course of the run. And I didn't even take notice onto how many kills Tanilo managed to acquire, because it's been numbers of these names appearing over onto the kill feed, and then Tanilo have racked up a total of 6 kills and 746 points of damage to be dished out throughout the span of their match.
Yeah, that's almost half the team kills taken by Tanadol here. Total of 13. And of course, with 6, we have to give him the MVP. 746 damage dished out. That brought him 37% point contribution towards the team. And of course, a maximum survival time of 31 minutes, 24 seconds. And Tanadol, as you have highlighted earlier on, he was the main guy for Daytrade Gaming.
Yeah, he's just running out there, going up against all the players over on to shacks or even by the creases of the hillside. So of course, kudos to him. He's always been backed by all these magnificent members, and this has been the third chicken dinner for Daytrade, as they're poised for that position to be locked in by the end of the run. That's a total of 23 points. So it is worrisome for the rest of the pack who are vying to actually take that spot away from them, because when we take a look at the rest of the party, FW, of course, still scored massive points, adding another 12 to the tally. That's 9 points for Forest Natural Gaming. This still might be a very close chase if you were to put those points all together. But we've seen a lot of activity across the field, so we see even names like eArena, Sharper, TDT, Decimate Esports to get those average points of 5 eliminations into this match.
Ooh, Forest Natural Gaming right now, 18 points behind, was it 18? 19 points behind Daytrade Gaming. So 19 points, 4 more games to go. It's still mathematically possible for Forest Natural Gaming. And you kind of think about it, if it's either Forest Natural Gaming or Daytrade Gaming at number 3, basically the top 3 spots are all from the Thai region.
Yeah, and what about all these Vietnamese teams? The Expendables have been pretty much stagnated throughout the numbers of matches that we saw, from whether it's yesterday or even in Miramar. It hasn't been going good. I want to see them rise up, and Tago, with a change of scenery, this might just be golden opportunities coming in from the teams hailing from that PVS. So still a lot to keep up with the best 3 teams on the block. Daytrade so far claiming this chicken dinner makes this so much harder to do for the rest of these squads hoping to qualify to PGS.
Yeah, some teams would do better with a switchable map. So with the fact that we are going to Tago after this, so it's something that we'll need to observe as well. Of course, Tago is going to be a very different map as compared to Miramar. It's a way smaller map. a lot more water in this map, and there's like 2 divided islands in Tego itself, so that could potentially shift the momentum or the pace of some of these teams on how they're going to play this. And so far in our Tego matches, we have been getting interesting circles, whether all the way down south or all the way up north. So if we continue to have that, of course, it's going to be entertaining for us as viewers. But for the teams, not so. But at the end of the day, they have to be adaptable with this quick switch of a map.
Yeah, I think that Force Natural Gaming are fancying their chances because they've already got a good running formula throughout what we saw from yesterday's Tego as well as Rondo, securing that back-to-back win, and then that momentum has never left them. And hitting to Miramar, it's been 2 rounds back-to-back that they secure a top 2 finish, so they're definitely fancying their chances to eventually keep up to the pace of what Daytrade is offering right now. They scored out Chicken Litters, like, it's okay. We're going to catch them in these 4 games, but if they're unable to do so, the show will just end with Daytrade, of course, holding maybe some slight gaps in between, but I think that that gap might just actually be close, or we'll see that overtake happen. So likely than not, we're looking at a couple of all these other horses, I call it, to still be vying for that spot, because we last look at the results. I think Windy Gaming is on that right trajectory as compared to all the other PVS teams. This team right now is pretty much in their right form. We don't see those massive numbers because of how these runs of Miramar has played out, where they could not really find just about enough angle or space to squeeze through. But I'm keeping myself pretty hopeful for the names like Windy Gaming as well as TDT.
Yeah, definitely don't count them out yet, because we have like 4 more games to go. So it could still happen. It's mathematically still very possible for these teams to actually rise up to the occasion and actually pull off a surprise one. But you got to give it to Daytrade Gaming as well. Based on this game itself, yes, they were pressured by the fact that the other teams are coming up against them. And we did talk about those rising teams. And they still able to step up to the occasion, right? With the fact that they're able to come up with this chicken dinner with a good amount of kills together with it. This could potentially make them be able to seal that number 3 spot. But because we have 4 more games to go, it cannot be just one good game for them and then 0 points in the following rounds. They still need to keep up to the pace and set a level of momentum.
Yeah, now that you actually pointed out, it only takes maybe 1 bad game for whoever's holding on to the top 4 to see maybe a little bit of a switch up moving into some of all these maps to be played out. Of course, when we move into Tego as well as Rondo, I think like there's a lot of all these surprise factor when you have teams who would love to set up ambushes in some of all the choke points of the map. So of course, it does seem to be pretty interesting on how this one plays out, especially for, you know, names like Windy Gaming as well as HAPPIE Squad that's always been fighting by the corner of Palace when we do move into Tego. So I want to keep my eyes onto that field. And of course, we've seen even some areas to be contested like Okyang, Hosan, as well as Buksan Sa. So who knows? Depending on the fight path, some of the teams might be pit against each other. I guess it's time for us to find out, because this is going to be our final run of Tego as we dive into the third match of our final stage on day 4.
Oh yeah, you put up a good point about the spots that might be contested. So far in our Tego matches, we have seen Palace being contested. So that's something that we want to keep an eye on as well. Some of the teams involved in Palace are like Cerberus Esports, they were involved, and also teams like HAPPIE Squad, they were involved as well, and also Xavage Esports. So these 3 teams, we have seen them at Palace trying to take over it for themselves. And with the Black Path just above Palace, that might potentially happen again.
Yeah, it might just be the case. X-Men as well, WDG, they're no longer interested in Palace. At least like they will be able to extend themselves all the way across the field, where she was claiming airport to themselves. Marcus as well as the rest of WDG might be forced to either go for some of all these jungle loots. I call it jungle loots, but we don't exactly have too much of a jungle situation going on in this map. But hey, whatever compounds, I think it just get themselves couple vehicles or even all the other weaponries that they need, it should be good to go. HAPPIE squad this time will be uncontested inside Palace. Of course, understandably so. WDG are racing for those points. Well, Xavage men, they're not really far too interested because they have troubles of their own. But there's about many of all these teams like eArena, Sharper, T5, AG Global to be on that northern point of the island. But this circle is going to bring everybody onto that far south.
Wow, and good call for Savage Man Esports to change their drop spot this time because they're now right in the middle of the circle. That's, of course, a heavenly spot to be in for any team to have that circle for yourselves as a start. So you can kind of take your time to loot and you can move around the circle very early on without worrying too much about all the other teams coming in. Yes, they do have Forest Natural Gaming as their neighbors, but they're kind of busy looting as well. So Savage Man Esports, they can kind of do their thing for now, which is absolutely fine. For the other spots, looks like no early engagements, including like what you mentioned, Palace. It's going to be all HAPPIE squad. And it's all about like the early looting phase right now before they start to make their rotation in. And considering that this is a kind of nice circle, there's a lot of space for every team to play.
True enough. And of course, with the victors of the past, Sego, Forest Natural Gaming now books Sunset to their own. We'll see how well could they actually hold on to that vicinity because that is going to be a prime spot later in this match. So, of course, they want to set up some of all these defensive hole to score huge in this round to keep up to the pace of Daytrade Esports. So, as much as, you know, I see Savage Man fancying that spot, mathematically, it's kind of difficult for them. I mean, with only 4 rounds to go, we probably won't see them get anywhere close to the top 3. But hey, it will be pretty much a change of scenery if they could just, of course, hang on, score a chicken dinner, and be proud of their deep run inside of this APAC circuit so far. I've definitely expected a lot of these teams coming in from the island to be moving in with emergency pickup, but where does T5 land later on? Because we last saw areas like Hospital is absolutely up for grabs on that far south.
Yeah, but because they use the emergency pickup, so I would presume that they will be one of the earlier ones to get into the circle besides those that drop directly, so they can pretty much pick their spot. And the southern side ain't too bad of an idea. I do like the thought that you put out there since it's the majority of teams actually drop on the northern side, so naturally they might pick the northern spots of the circle to get in. And one of them is going to be WDG. Here they have arrived, and they have X-Men in front of them. Looks like they're not going to hesitate to kind of take this fight.
Yeah, any form of kills that they do get is going to be putting them into a better spot to even potentially overtake the Expendables that did not manage to secure all too much, but Saber was already spot out ripped by the corner of the tree. Here comes the push as Saber gets tagged. Rip on tree is going to secure it for the team, and immediately goes in for the tours. Now that's one looking for Oliver as well as Marcus arrive forward back, going in for this close quarter combat. Is he gonna be ready? He's only got that UMP, and he heard him just hopping out of the wheels of that UAZ. He's gonna exchange it for a barrel for even harder hits on that 7.62 round. So Oliver, he knows that this is not going to be a fight that he's going to be able to achieve by his own. He pulls back, trying to regroup with Upchen at the moment, while Forest Natural Gaming has already gotten plenty of all these supplies dropped right over an open field, but they got business here to deal with the rest of Team Flash on the opposite corner of the valleys.
And maybe even HAPPIE squad passing by with the emergency pickup. Let's see what kind of spot are they going to drop at. And looks like the fact that they noticed that, there's just too many teams there. Let's just go all the way. Might as well. And just try to avoid all those early fights. Not going to be necessary for them to take them. And they will drop in Ouyang. The last we checked, nobody actually dropped inside Ouyang. So Ouyang should still have a lot of loot for them to pick up.
Yeah, plenty of it, but that's going to be pretty much the entirety of Forest Natural Gaming to be hugging tight over on the hillside as they just exited south and which you already see them floating around, not wasting any time to tag Evil Patrick off of that parachute. A couple of all these bullets does connect through that SLR where Scappy is still on this duty with the Mark 12 as well. Puts an over onto Ia. seems like the rest of HAPPIE squad, they're split over onto the open fields where they could still get a little bit more cover from the greenhouses. But that's all for now. HAPPIE squad, they're just happy that they are keeping themselves alive for the moment.
Yeah, looks like they'll be fine for now. No casualties on their side. I can't say the same for Xavage Man Esports though. They lost Xavier in the earlier fight. So now they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. Oh, HAPPIE squad. Okay, if Archibald can land the shot at MK12, then it will be even happier for him. But TDT, they have no idea that HAPPIE squad is here. Or at least they're being looked at by HAPPIE squad. But there's still a good amount of distance. Even if he's able to land a shot for him to finish, it really depends on what sort of structure does TDT has against HAPPIE squad.
Barely enough covers though. He's pretty much exposed if he actually goes down. Of course, to finish the job is going to be a little bit tricky as well, because there's plenty of all the other teams who's going to be hearing whatever barrel or the weapon that's going to be making any form of noise, and they will absolutely track onto scoring a easy third-party finish. While Cerberus Esports, they're going to be on those wheels, cutting over onto the far southwest corner map. Now rocking up to Daytrade just right across. They haven't spotted out Daytrade just yet from this angle. They could just easily pick a couple of all these pit stops just to hold out for the meantime. So now we have a couple of shots towards Salolzi. They are absolutely worried that they will have to at least be a little bit more careful from this point onwards. So Cerberus Esports in the clear, whereas HAPPIE squad, they've been trying to go in for the shot exchange up against Pong F. So TDT will run into a safer spot for now. HAPPIE squad so far looking relatively good for the past 2 rounds of Miramar, despite, you know, not making it to the top 4. It seems like they fancy the odds for them to climb up against all the other squads, like even potentially Cerberus Esports. That's only about 6 points of a gap for them to move into the top 10.
Yeah, being in the top 10, of course, that will give them extra moolah at the end of the day. So that could be their objective too. Now Chibirit, long range, tap, knocking down Tonke just like that. Easy pickup, easy first point for them.
Yeah, and it seems like FW didn't even know that he's actually around the back, and Chibirit is trying to pit another member as Razy is wasting no time but to hit the gas to return to his teammates. Gotta play with Tree right now, as they've managed to close out with 1 chicken dinner today, but not quite enough, because that chicken dinner was only 15 points. You want to catch up to the pacing of AG Global. AG Global were pretty much pincered throughout the runs inside Miramar, but I definitely want to see if they have what it takes to hit home a big win. If they do, then that sends TE further down the list.
As for eArena, they want to hold on to their number 1 spot. So I would expect like a team like eArena to play a little bit more safer, unless they get the signal that, oh, T5 is starting to gain a lot of points, then maybe they will step on the gas. But for now, they don't really need to push any other teams. They have that number 1. They have a okay gap between themselves and T5. So they can play the scouting role. They can come in a little bit later. They can play by the edge. They can play 3/4 within the circle just to be a bit more safe. That's fine for them. But for T5, well, they need to chase the points. And they might have the chance, or might not, here with the fact that Decimate Gaming arriving.
Yeah, well, definitely we have to take a look at how confident some of all these players are. Flood definitely confident to try to take on Fluky. Fluky's been caught out numerous times for the course of today, and speaking of which, Monty managing to land the final bullet straight to the dome of Fluky. So once again, a troublesome start for the rest of T5. Despite all of that, I think that they would still be able to cling on to that top 2 spot. So worst case scenario, you settle for 2nd or 3rd for T5. So honestly, no pressure for some of these guys who has been able to at least secure plenty of points for them to maybe drop a game or 2. Flash does find 1, so that's going to add another 1 to the tally for the side of Daytrade, as FW and Sharper drive side by side. Cerberus has been hiding in that corner, but he will miss the mark. So no more advancements coming in from QiWA Esports. Tycon does manage to clip onto Long K as we see the fight erupt. Thunders drive-by and find Trick in return, where Decimate now crashes Labao. He did not actually respond as the rest of the members coming in from OCE just get themselves a freebie.
And Daytrade Gaming on the other side, they try to collect these points. Tapping away, Tigger gets Monty. And the elimination fee continues to roll with the fact that T5 Ranger X gets Trick. So it looks like a lot more knocks happening all around this map. 10 Trip will try to secure his elimination point. Almost getting it, but the save comes in and he's not able to tap away, but he's not stopping yet. Okay, another attempt by 10 Trip. And here we go. He only needs to land one more bullet, but not able to get it.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to navigate around, especially on a moving vehicle. So Happy Squad just gotta let them slide for now. At least he does know for a fact that the entirety of Decimate is playing through the paddy field. So if they could close in with a decent range, they could start hurling those grenades, excuse me, towards the side of these members of Decimate. And I think that is the main game plan for now, as Happy Squad is sending out bots on duty to try to crack this case open.
And now with two teams sharing this area, Happy Squad still looking at them. But Decimate Gaming, they not making the big moves. They don't really need to. We still have phase number 2. Might as well wait out for phase number 3. But still, they show themselves to 10 Trip. 10 Trip takes a couple of shots, but not able to get the knock. Still sending out a nade just for insurance policy. But that's not going to land at all. So Decimate Gaming, they're just going to reset on the other end, and no big reason for them to charge.
True enough. Just about enough cover with this triple greenhouse for them to hold on to for now. Decimate, they're just hoping to defend this to the best of their capabilities. We will expect more teams to also rotate over onto the corners of Ohyang later on, but for now it's just these two squads over onto the corners, while Forest Natural Gaming, they have not left that side of the forest. I guess they are in their natural habitat. Speaking of which, this will still shift, so it might not be for far too long for Forest Natural Gaming to be all the way up there. So with a hard shift, we'll definitely see who's going to be the biggest benefactor, and that is going to be WDG, that does reap the rewards being dead center right at this moment. TDT is not too far off. That reposition is going to be rather tricky, as we do see a few members being knocked down prior, as there is an exchange going on between them as well as QiWA Esports. eArena still having lyrics up in the air, as he's going to be giving a lot of info to ground control. So Tanvu as well as Glories, he manages to spot out the rest of AG Global rotating, takes him off those vehicles, while the rest of Cerberus Esports safely traverses across, with TDT missing the mark.
And Haisaki eliminated by WDG. Marcus will finish him off. Cerberus Esports and WDG, last we saw them, they are in somewhat the middle of the circle, and that's a long-range pickup there by WDG to collect their second point in this round. Looking at the overalls right now, T5, they managed to collect 2 points. So eArena not sweating yet with the fact that T5 only has 3 players. But eArena, as long as they can stay alive above them, they'll be okay. But for Force Natural Gaming, they want those points. They're coming in on the X-Men.
Storming right through it, just like that, clears out up Chen. Not even a break of sweat at all for Olympus, but it does actually take him down pretty low, so it's just a little bit of scare. But Forest Natural Gaming, they're happy to secure themselves the corner of the zone. There's still Oliver as well as Lucky Jays. We're hiding in between these shacks. Oliver might just be able to surprise them, but the nades are falling true. So that's going to be Oliver down. Only one member remaining for side of Xavage, man. Lucky J. How much can he do right now? He tries to go for the exchange, and he tries Gappy. Great pummels of the shot, but it's not quite enough for Xavage, man, as they will once again fall flat.
Oh, but Scappy still fall flat to Flood from Decimate Gaming. It's not able to be saved. The final blow came from Decimate Gaming, and Forest Natural Gaming will still lose 1 player. 3 points collected though from that fight. And right now, they also need to hope that Daytrade Gaming will continue to collect points. As for TDT, long range from Huang onto the other side, but it's more of warning shots to tell his opponents not to come to this compound where they're at. Oh.
As a Forest Natural Gaming, here comes all the flashes to try to keep them pretty much able to even spot them out. And just like that, the members of Forest, they're slowly crumbling. They did manage to knock down Insight, and now they're pretty much bunched up. Looking for a grenade. Kiz, he buys a little bit more time to try to heal up, but Decimate Gaming knows they're just by the corners of the wall. A little bit of a risky attempt. Decimate Gaming can eventually go in to pick up Insight if they can just get this one down. But Empty, he's the next one to fall.
Well, thanks to Olympus, that is. And that's going to be the signal for the rest of Force Natural Gaming to come in. It's going to be Olympus and Kiss right now to try to win this fight. And Kiss with the AUG right in front of his opponent. Beautiful jump shot by Kiss. And Kiss needed down from the other side. Now they need to reset quickly because the Expendables, they have arrived as a third party.
It's a perfect timing for them to go clip away these remaining members inside of Force Natural Gaming down to Olympus, and he's having a very cheeky angle. It's Taboo! He takes the corner, but not quite enough. Force still goes down. A massive victory for the rest of TE as they cling on. Add 2 more points on the block, but there's more for them to work with. Force now being out, they could definitely smell the chance for a chicken dinner if they could just get themselves into the zone.
But they have to cross the road, and right in front of them is going to be Happy Squad. So far, so good for the Expendables, though. 2 points collected as they try to crawl their way back into the top 3. But now without the circle, with the road in front of them, and also Happy Squad waiting, it's going to be a challenge for the Expendables.
It is definitely a daunting task. You can see the entirety of the members of Happy Squad on the corners of the mini-map, where no matter where the Expendables move, they will really have to fend off the either members of the side of Happy Squad. But Delwyn has opened a little bit more wiggle room over on the north for them to just cut right across. And Tentrip, he spots them pretty much corralled over onto that rotation, and it will be Taboo that takes a little bit of pit stop, and that's where Tentrip is not really allowing them any chance to trade right back. Mun on the other side gets a catch onto Hong F. 1 member down from TDT. As a matter of fact, there's only 1 member standing. Make that none as Chibrit breaks into pain with the pads of fouls.
Quick work there. TDT eliminated. As for the Expendables, looks like they avoided the fight against Happy Squad earlier on, and they made the rotation towards the northern side to come into the circle. Instead, Happy Squad, they decided to rotate down to the south instead. And now they're on the clear from the other teams. For now, that is. But for eArena, Jacob down on his knees. Thanks to Himas. We're back on to Man right now. Man, all alone. Say hello to T5.
Say hello to that grenade as he's slowly being melted down as well. Man, that's fire burning in the room. And I don't think that QiWA really has a lot that they could do about this situation. So they will just have to cut off Man entirely and just give that space over onto these members of Theerathon 5. Holding on to a massive compound over onto the south side, but eventually, perhaps they could replot an advancement up against these members of Theerathon 5. Look at the cheeky angles. Cerberus! Oh, that's a nasty one coming out of that AUG as it clips onto Rossitet, turning the tides around. Chibrit so far 4 pickoffs throughout the span of this match, and he's once again nailing down these members of T5 since the early game.
What an angle by Chibrit early on. Man, totally unexpected by T5, but too bad for Chibrit. He was not able to secure the elimination point. He managed to get a knock, and T5 will reset. But T5, so far they're in control. The bad news for T5 is that they do not circle, but look at the minimap. They're surrounded now by Sharper Esports.
Sharper Esports also getting preoccupied with exchange going up against Cerberus Esports over on the far eastern side. It's only going to be him cut. Duck Mai, if you would love to call him. As Erzapaloy pretty much goes in to spot out Chibrit, as he's the sole surviving member. That's going to be QiWA down and out, but what a run it has been by Chibrit. From the start, they pinned out 1 member, and that was Fluky being sent off to the lobby early on, and he was just trying to find another nasty angle, but thankfully, they managed to recover Rossitet Jr. So T5, they stay afloat, but now going up against Sharper Esports, they are actually wrapping towards the other side. So that's a drive towards the direction of Happy Squad.
Yeah, but they will avoid Happy Squad. They want to focus on to get into the circle. And now they're in, but within the circle, it's going to be WDG waiting for them. Let's see what's going to happen, because they have to go up to the high ground. And WDG, they're ready. 6, 7, 8, 9 takes out Ranger X. Ranger X now down on his knees. The rest of T5 circling around, trying to find another spot for them to land.
And Rib, he also knocks down Ranger X. So that's only one member left for T5. Should I say 2, actually, as Pat, as well as PGS, is finding themselves rocks for cover at the moment. 1 HP and a Dream. I guess leave none standing, as EA is now dropping bombshells on top of T5.
And here comes T5 now suffering around them. Too many teams for them to handle. Belmont will ensure that the point goes to Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming, they still want to hold on to the top 3. Happy Squad from afar, putting back pressure onto Sharper Esports. While the Expendables coming on the elimination feed, taking out Larryx from eArena.
So far, it's only been 2 points for eArena. They came in rather late into the zone and now find themselves pretty much bunched up over onto the North Point. AG Global absolutely dominates on that sector, while Evil Patrick goes for an exchange, finding J-Die. Daytrade now trying to fight their way out up against the rest of FW Esports. Those couple of all these flashes drop right in, will secure it as Tylenol paves the way for Daytrade.
Oh, and Daytrade eliminated. Not yet, not yet. That's the ticker. That's the ticker, ladies and gentlemen. That's the ticker. Anyway, circle favors towards WDG. Happy Squad at the southern side, still a full squad, but they have a 2-2 split still. While Argent Bots is managing Sharper Esports on the other side. eArena eliminated at number 8. So now, this is the opportunity for teams like T5 and maybe even Daytrade Gaming to overtake eArena.
And there's so much on the line. Happy Squad, they've not gotten any kills thus far, but they have the potential to secure a chicken dinner of their own to be in the race. 6, 7, 8, 9 now spotted out by 10 Trip. He's trying to get all these shots aligned, but not quite enough to eventually clip either one of these members of WDG. Algenbot now knows that someone is running right there, and just like that, Urs pretty much got spotted, and that's Sharper Esports securing at 7 at the very least. But of course, with the fight still running, WDG is looking to trace some of these members of Happy Squad as they had enough of these shots being sent their way. Rossitet and Pat, they're not moving a muscle.
Patapong is still in the game though. He'll be playing the gatekeeping role against Happy Squad. Rip will be down on his knees. It's a matter of who will secure that elimination point. EA at the same time will be knocked down by Marcus and finished off by Marcus himself. WDG collects another point into their pocket. WDG, they do have the circle control, but they have to save Rip. He's currently down on his knees as well. And Tidui will be the one to go and save him, as Marcus will keep check of the other teams.
Windy Gaming is just controlling the pace of how the rest of these teams are fighting by the edges, and they're just having a wide wraparound. Only the North Point is safe from their grasp while they have a battle of their own. AG Global trying to keep the rest of these members of TE at bay. Delwyn, only a slither half left as he quickly recovers. Now it's Tim to try to seek him out. Destroyer only getting tagged, but it's down to 777 as he's hiding right.
One more to go.
Gets spotted out as well. Tycon, he about to stay in full, and it's Destroy to keep his back covered.
Oh, that was a close one there. He almost got punished for the fact that he was looking the other way. Anyway, for AG right now with that win against the Expendables, now they have the entire northern side of the circle for them to play with even airdrops on the left side of the circle for them to use as well. Right now for AG, all they need to do is just hold on to their position, wait for the next phase of the circle, see where it goes, and at the same time allow all the other teams to cancel out each other.
They could do exactly just that, and also open up enough space to claim at least 30% of the map at this very moment. If they do score that chicken dinner, there is a chance that we're seeing them overtake Forest Natural Gaming, but that's 47 in the back before they were eliminated. Well, Altibots finally gets one back in the hands of the Film Halo squad. Happy Squad still staying afloat, but of course, there's still Rossitet as well as Theerathon 5 to be able to hang on over the quarter, and it might just be pretty tough if Happy Squad just left them pretty much unchecked, because you can see Rossitet, they've been eyeing out on Evil Patrick as well as Alton for a very, very long time now. Still a little bit of a chance left on the table for either side of the party.
Speaking about being in a position for a very long time, is WDG. Again, the circle does favor them. Oh, Rossiter, the Lone Ranger for T5. Oh, not really the Lone Ranger. He still has Pat together with him. Wow, this duo has been holding on for a long time as well. And now Happy Gaming, they are coming in. Happy Squad, trying to find a way into the circle. They do have the airdrops for them to reset, to reloot for now. But the next challenge is to get in with WDG looking over at them, and AG Global on that high ground, putting back pressure, knocking down Evil Patrick.
There's only one member standing for the side of Happy Squad. You can see that even 10 Trip has been pinned out by Patampong. Well, this is what I've been mentioning. T5, they're just waiting for the right moment, and this is still going to be pretty tough. But Algebot, he's looking for a trade. He finds one member of the side of WDG. All hope is not lost just yet, so long as he still keeps himself alive. While Hamas spots out Marcus running right out in the open. Petampong doing exactly the same as well. Tidoi just lands that blow, but it's destroyed. And the rest of AG Global collecting more and more of all these reports across the field. T5 is only good to settle with a top 3 finish.
Well, AG with a high ground advantage. Now they're moving in towards WDG. WDG, Marcus is still down. So it's up to Tidoi at 6, 7, 8, 9 to try to pull out a big clutch here against AG Global. AG Global, they're taking their position right now. Look at the spread at the northern side of the circle. They're trying to flank the remaining members of WDG.
And it is going to be tough to actually spot either one of these members of AG Global, but at least they know that they're bunched up over onto the northern point, which is why they're having these 2 members to be looking out for Hamas. And we've seen the destructive damage that Hamas can actually do. And speaking of which, he secures Marcus just to, of course, confirm the numbers before they, of course, go in for the full collateral. It's been 10 points claimed by AG Global. If they secure chicken dinner here, it's going to be a total of 12 points. Added with that, a total of 22. While WDG clinging on despite having that blue zone grenade drop upon them. Still going to be a decent hole out for now. I think the rest of AG Global has already identified wherever their current position is. All about closing in cleanly. So all down to Tycon with the flank. We'll see what he does with it.
Oh, here comes 6, 7, 8, 9. Takes a bit of damage. Has to back off and reset. But that also gave the signal towards AG Global to kind of know exactly where he is, which house he's at. But AG Global, they're taking their sweet time right now. We might see phase number 9 real soon. AG Global, they don't want to make the mistakes. We've seen enough clutches here in the final stage that they don't want it to happen again. AG Global, look at the setup right now. 1-1-1-1. Each and every corner. WDG, how are they going to manage this? Long range shot by Tycon, almost getting his next target, but finally he must got Tidoi.
They're looking to surround the rest of WDG, and that's only 6, 7, 8, 9 to hold the tiny little fort, and he's not going to hold it for long. And Tycon to secure it for AG Global to put them back on the map.
And AG Global with this chicken dinner, with a good amount of elimination points, with the 3 remaining games, maybe, just maybe, they might be able to put themselves in contention for the top 3. We need to look at the points later on. But something to consider as well is the fact that Daytrade Gaming, eArena, T5 did fairly well in this round. We need to look at the overall points later on just to tabulate the scores again, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, the highlights.
Yeah, there's just so much across the field that we need to talk about. Wendy's performance in this round has been outstanding. You saw they were holding over onto the central region, making life difficult during the final few stages where teams were just by the outskirts. So they did manage to secure a top 2 finish, but AG Global played this very, very tactically. We started off with a couple of all these nasty pickoffs coming from QiWA Esports to flush out members of the side of FW, even the likes of Theerathon 5 to make things a little bit more interesting. But Happy Squad, despite not really scoring too huge into this matchup, we saw they were very, very proactive. And this is where, of course, Natural Gaming got themselves into a pickle.
And this peak almost got him something, but yeah, the counter fire came in and it was just too bad. For Forest Natural Gaming, however, it looked like kind of like a decent round for them until the third party came in. Yes, they won against Decimate, but the moment TE came in, oh man, it was a tough run for them. Okay points, but the fact that the top teams like Daytrade Gaming, they scored a good amount of points in this round, so Force Natural Gaming will still need to wait for their turn to be in the top 3.
Yeah, Force Natural, they were absolutely overwhelmed. They were holding on to a position where plenty of teams really wanted to fight for, where, of course, with that circles appearing towards the further north, it didn't seem like there was much that was left for them to actually hold out for. But HAPPIE squad, I'm definitely glad to actually see them putting up a really strong fight heading into this really final day. And despite all these circumstances, we saw T5 having only 2 members left. They did manage to pull in a top 3 finish, and then all boiling down to whoever gets more of that control, whether it's going to be WDG or AG Global. But because of the high ground advantage, AG Global just slowly seeks out everybody by the corner map, and then they could just rally onto whoever's in the center, where the WDG was trying to cling onto it. But of course, one after another, they get picked up, and just like that, AG Global were confident enough to just close up that fight.
Yeah, towards the end, like what you said, pretty straightforward for AG Global. And with that, 12 total kills collected by them, 1,817 total damage, and with the amount of kills brought by, again, the Starman Himas, definitely going to be the MVP. I mean, we're talking about 5 kills and also 719 damage, almost the highest damage output. Next is, well, the first one is going to be Taiko, that is 723 damage. But if we were to talk about like the best outcome, is definitely Himas again. And not only in this round, like in the previous few days, he had a lot of highlight moments for himself, being the Starman for AG Global. And officially, of course, he is our MVP this round.
I'm not entirely surprised. We saw how many fights he really took charge of, and you could just leave him to do that duty and he will still get the job done. Overall, they were playing the gatekeeping role over on North perfectly, which sees them claim so much of that region, and then things got easier from that point onwards because they get to actually spot all these moving targets, which are pretty much clipped by the edge of the zone. So kudos to, of course, the entirety of the team. It wasn't Himas that has done it all alone. We saw, of course, massive contribution, but of course, Himas, once again, the star factor of why AG Global has been able to have such a great run throughout the finals.
Yeah, and besides like AG Global, I'm also looking over at the Expendable 7 points, Daytrade Gaming 7 points, Forest Natural Gaming also 7 points. Okay, so not much change at the race for the top 3 for these teams at least. For eArena, 3 points. Okay, for T5, 10 points. So there will be a bit of a gap closure there. 1 point gap between eArena and T5 right now, so anything can still happen at the number 1 spot. But for that 3rd spot, 3 more games to go. Daytrade Gaming, they still need to be consistent.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the top of the podium, eArena, sure, they cling on to that 1 point gap for the moment, and it could change for the next round onwards. AG Global with that win now, drawing it to a close, needing another 5 to challenge Force and then hit the marker where Daytrade is currently at. But that's still going to be a healthy lead gained by the members of Daytrade, whereas the Expendables, they are starting to be activated heading into our third matchup. So that means we only got 3 more maps to go. Sir Cloud, I think that it might just get a little bit more dramatic because of how these teams are really out there on the field hunting whatever targets out there, to the point that you saw there were many of these teams that scored like 7 eliminations, despite whether they fall flat early or if they did manage to gain any form of placement points at all. So I guess everybody's keeping up to the pace, so it is bound to be super interesting.
Yeah, we might leave it to the final game to decide who will get what spot, especially at the podium spot. But before we continue on our tournament, we got to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, We're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Sonics. Yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive for Sonics. And Onyx, though, actually get the open shot on the 5, gets a second one, hits a third one, shuts down the Sonics stream just like that. He gets all 4 of them. Absolutely crazy moment.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Well, did anyone notice that all the Chicken Dinner logos as of today are all in red color? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 1. We're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. What do you make of today so far?
Well, today's been rather interesting, but of course, we're looking to see if the teams can still shake up the competition right now. eArena, they're just clinging on to that 1 point advantage to still hold on to that #1 position against Theerathon 5. Last round, they crashed out rather early because of that overwhelming pressure coming out of multiple teams, but they still managed to put those 7 points of elimination. T5 deeper run, but of course, the story continues. Daytrade now, they are holding on to that final spot for the PGS 7 and 8, but the chase is on. AG Global, they secured that chicken dinner, and now we even see Force Natural Gaming to also be paving their way towards getting the job done up against Daytrade Gaming. So, of course, a lot of target on each other's back in order to secure the global runs, but it all boils down to these final 3 games. So I honestly can't find the words to make up what could just sum up what entails to the final match.
Yeah, and I believe it will boil down to the final game as well. So that's going to be intense. It's definitely going to be intense towards the final game on who might not only be the champion, number 1, number 2 can still change, but what's going to be more important is going to be the slot to the next stage. That number 3 spot is up for grabs by a lot of these teams. And teams like what you mentioned earlier on, Force Natural Gaming, they're in it. But let's not forget about the Expendables as well, the global champions. It'll be kind of weird to not see them move on to the next stage. So I'm pretty sure they have something up their sleeves waiting for them to pull out in the next few games.
There's only 3 matches, and of course, they have to ensure that Daytrade will have a tough run in these final matches in order for them to do so. And not only that, we're looking at the activation of, you mentioned the teams in red, right? We have eArena, we got Daytrade, All Gamers, and FW Esports. Everyone in red right now scoring that chicken dinner. Well, are we also looking at, I don't know, Cerberus has a tinge of red. Some may argue eArena is, of course, close to being red. They're mainly magenta, pink, so to speak. But somebody's got to break that streak, and that streak might actually end here inside of Rondo. And the last time we checked, it was Force Natural Gaming that did secure that chicken dinner, and they scored that back-to-back in order to seize this opportunity. If they score another one, we might see a tie between Daytrade and Force Natural Gaming for that 3rd spot for the PGS run.
Oh, and if Force Natural Gaming is actually able to make it, it's going to make a big story as well. You kind of think about it. Like, they were, at some point, like day number 1, they struggled so much. And even in the first 2 days, at least, they struggled. Day 3, we start to see them coming up with a double chicken dinner, and they were on the rise. They put themselves in contention. And now they are still in contention, in strong contention, for that matter, for them to be in the top 3. So from the bottom, rising up, they'll make a really good story. But of course, for them to path this story, they need to come up big. They need to put in a good performance in our next map of Rondo.
Indeed, and of course, we do not want to waste any more time. We want to see who makes the cut to join the teams all over the world to contend in the international stage. And of course, let's get it on as we move into our final matchup of Rondo for tonight.
And this is going to be the one and only Rondo that will be played. The map with the most landmass of them all. That means that there will be a lot of space for these teams to play with. So far, yesterday's Rondo, we didn't see an early clash, and I guess that's also because, like, well, it is a big map and you have a lot of draw spots to consider. But since we only have 3 more games to go, and the race for the title is still there, the race for the top 3 is still there, potentially we want to start to see teams hot drop each other.
That's right, we want to see teams going for the ace in the hole. And I'm looking at AG Global floating right across stadium, and I was concerned that they're going for that hot drop, but I believe it's an extension into Jouton. So they're going to be absolutely fine for now, whereas we'll see majority of all these teams claiming the North Point with Force, FW Esports, Xavage as well as Sharper Esports to be making the mark from these quarters. Meanwhile, we still have pretty much that stretch over onto the far west. So we'll see HAPPIE squad. They might just be onto something where Team Flash is dropping rather late. They might need to actually share that township altogether. eArena having Daytrade across the water. So if they want to make it a little bit more painful for Daytrade, then maybe that fight might erupt early on. But for now, of course, not going to be much of an altercation, but I did mention that HAPPIE squad as well as Flash, they're kind of side by side, but they're still on their shoots. But where do they land? Even if they land towards the top, I don't think there's much of these options of weaponry. So we'll see a little bit of an awkward situation with Binek just hoping to eventually go in for that quick pickup and then just race up against Ia to secure their first point of this matchup. Ia, I wonder if this is going to be safe enough for him. Tentrip, as well as another member of HAPPIE Squad, has already picked up the vehicle to chase upon the rest of Team Flash.
Okay, try to run away, and thanks to the gas station, he's safe for now. Oh, they even managed to was it like a lopinade or something? But yeah, anyway, what's most important is that EI is able to get away. A couple more shots from Kisama, but yep, he's safe for now. So he got away by grabbing that vehicle. So now Team Flash will need to look for another vehicle elsewhere.
Yeah, I believe maybe there's still a couple lying around, whether it's a Pico Buzz, a Blanc, or even if you have to rely on the Sia. It will definitely take a while, and being on the far stretch over the south, if the circle does not end up there, then yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a rough ride. The best you could do, perhaps, is to look for alternatives like securing an emergency pickup, just drop it in the zone, and you don't have to worry about those vehicles anymore. But speaking of vehicles, we're going into the Neox factory to see if there's going to be any form of produce coming in for the Expendables, which, they haven't really seen pretty much those big round of games going in their favor for quite a while now. But if it came close that last round, we did actually catch them securing a hefty amount of eliminations at the very least. So are they still able to actually challenge for that top 3 spot? Because mathematically, yes, they could, but it requires Force as well as Daytrade to have bad games in these last 3 matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? It depends on what happens to the other teams. And if we were to look at the overalls right now, I would say that up to 7th spot, TE, they're able to climb into the podium with 3 more games to go. The gap between TE and also Daytrade Gaming is, as of now, 34 points, and we have 3 games, so that's okay. But of course, that like what you say, right, it depends on what happens to Forest Natural Gaming, AG Global, WDG, and all these other teams as well. So they kind of have to hope that these teams don't gain more points or find a way to just take on the fight against them. Because if they don't, then they will continue to collect points, and teams like TE might have a hard time getting into the top 3. And if you don't get to the top 3, it's just all about the prize pool. Obviously, as a global champion, you want more than just the prize pool. You want to play the next stage. So I wonder if TE might just either hot drop those teams or try to analyze their rotation, try to analyze their checkpoints, and try to take them out as early as possible.
Well, hot drop's a little bit too risky at this point in time, and they want to ensure that if you actually do so, you win that fight with majority of your members still pretty much left alive to play out the course of these remainders of the match. But the onus is actually on Daytrade if we think about it, right? So long as Daytrade secures about, say, 5 points of each remaining map, then they can still hold on to that top 3 spot. And if they secure a chicken dinner, this might just be over for those who is vying for a spot to cut into the PGS. But of course, the show goes on with QiWA chasing onto HAPPIE Squad. They're unhappy about what went on. It was Io who has been the troublemaker that stole their vehicle. With that Grand Theft Auto action, I guess this is where Team Flash, they got themselves 2 vehicles to chase upon him, and now reclaims whatever was rightfully theirs.
Interesting enough, they still bump into each other after the early encounter. I thought that for HAPPIE Squad, they would okay, we go as far as possible. But then again, nope, Team Flash caught up to them, and now the vehicle's back theirs. Okay, second attack by Eva Patrick, but because of this hill, it's not going to be able to continue to tap onto his opponent, so should be able to get away. Another attempt by Tentrip. It's not going to be that easy. I mean, there's trees in between. They can navigate through anyway, so he'll be safe.
Yeah, that's a barrel with a red dot side as well. As if the recoil is already hard enough for him to, of course, stabilize. It's just going to be, attempts. Some teams are just going to be a little bit more adventurous to try their chances whenever they do get. And of course, you always got to shoot your shot. if you want any form of points in return. Force Natural Gaming, we gotta calculate right now. It's just about 19 points of a difference. So one big game from Forest, and then consistent effort for the next 2 games. They should be able to put up that challenge. So perhaps if anyone is out there to get a streak to be broken, it might just be Force Natural Gaming, because that's what happened yesterday, where they did manage to create a streak of their own, securing those double chicken dinner to put themselves into this top 4 position right at this moment. So they gotta also ensure their safety throughout the run, because last matchup they were overwhelmed with multiple targets to go up against. They took on Decimate, they took on a few other notable teams until the Expendables arrived that overwhelmed them once they were trying to reset within that battle. But a team that has absolutely impressed me today has been FW Esports. Now we see them sitting at 8. You did mention that it's still kind of mathematically possible for the side of TE, but I'm not too sure about FW. Can they still get those big fat wins heading into this matchup? If they do, then maybe at least they can get into the top 5.
Yeah, I think I'll give it maybe this round for FW. If FW is able to come out big this round, okay, then we're talking. But if not, then the last 2 games won't be enough for them. So it really depends on what sort of performance FW will come up with. So another team that we're going to put attention on, of course, is going to be the Expendables. Now they have WDG in the same compound. And the fact that WDG is above them, they wouldn't mind taking out the Expendables.
Not at all. I mean, the Expendables want to do exactly the same. And we take a look at these 2 squads. They are just separated by 4 points. So if TE wins out this trade, they are even with WDG. And of course, if they WDG shuts them off, then it's sorry to say that TE may not even get a chance to even touch these members of Daytrade sitting at 3rd. Tanvu, he just wants to charge up right before the battle. I believe they saw those movement. Pat, he's already being clipped out by J-Dye. An unfortunate spot to be is Sharper pinning out Theerathon 5 in the midst of that rotation.
And the fight continues on, but Arjun Bots knocked out by Jacob. Nice shotgun action there with Jacob, and he was secure at that point, but he's not out of it yet. Oh, takes a lot of damage. He has to reload right now, right in front of him. It's going to be Tantrum charging him, but Tantrum lost it against Jacob. Jacob managed to reload in time.
And he brought that sound off in the perfect corner. Wow, big brain plays coming out of Jacob to hold down the entirety of the city. And just like that, they just wiped off HAPPIE Squad from their current standpoint. And wow, Jacob, he's definitely out there to surprise some of these members of HAPPIE Squads. And it's been looking rather clean. 3 points from those effort, and they could just journey on as they have been able to clear off Japanching. So still a lot of area that they could just cling on to for the moment, as it's going to take a while before phase 2 closes out. While we continue on with this tug of war that we had from the side of Windy Gaming and the Expendables, WDG, they can actually hold TE inside of Neox Factory as they try to journey out. But is it going to be worth it, though? It might just be a little bit too risky, as they got to also book a prime spot of their own. Speaking of which, Lambao, over onto the rooftop, is still hunting out for more T5 members.
And he's getting information right now. And together with Haisaki on the other side, they saw the rotation of TDT. They're trying to spray down TDT, but TDT should be able to get away. Okay, anyway, second attempt by Lambao with MK12 will not really connect. So it's more of like stamping their dominance, stamping their location here with the other 2 members, Pelosi and Wamkut, on the other side. And they see a rotating player. Try to land those shots, but still not able to get them. But anyway, it's still very, very early. These are more of like just telling their opponents that, hey, we're here, so don't come close.
Yeah, just puffer fishing so that they're just being uncontested for their spot. Meanwhile, Taboo, he's also trying to flush out these members from rotating to his corner, but it's going to be WDG that rocks up against Taboo with the drive 5 from T-Doy. Not much of a chance left for Taboo, as he immediately got shot through the head And Clarice is about to make it a world of hurt while they slowly pick off these members for the exchange. Back and forth, but I would say that this is going to be a big predicament for the rest of WDG now that the bullets are aimed at the wheels as well. So they're going to deny any form of an easy rotation out that corner, but at least Marcus has got a running vehicle. So if push comes to shove, they really need to reposition. They can still do so, but WDG, I think they're hoping to trade right back.
Trying to get that trade, but still not going to be that easy with the distance between them. As they focus on to getting into a better spot in the circle. While TE looks at rotations happening in front of them. Okay, another pickle bus passing by. But for TE, they don't really need to pick the big moves yet. Still, it's only phase number 2. And of course, this map is really, really big. And they also have the circle, and they have it in their hometown, which is Test Track. So they'll be fine there for now. But for Decimate Gaming, looks like they're going up against Forest. And Forest, they want those points.
Indeed they do, and now it's just a little bit more troublesome with Kiz charging right through. This is going to be Thunders that has been able to spot out High Mass. The ace of AG Global already down and out so early into this matchup is going to be a bad signal, as AG Global has got to play a little bit safer, while Baron now going in with a chase. For Natural Gaming, they're hunting out for those points, and they're not letting Decimate Gaming off the hook just yet.
He definitely needs a bat signal there, calling out for help. But who's going to get the help of the circle? Looks like it's going to be Daytrade Gaming in the middle of the circle. Still a very, very good spot for them to hold on. Of course, they're hoping for the other teams below them to be eliminated so that they can hang on to that number 3 spot. But for Forest Natural Gaming, they're coming into the circle. For Decimate Gaming, a bit of a bumper car moment there. Not the spot that they don't want to be in with that kind of situation, but lucky enough, no other teams shooting down onto them.
Yeah, thankfully it wasn't exactly a spot with multiple squads that's corralled around their area, so Decimate Gaming found some space up the north to at least hold on to, while the rest of Forest claims themselves a compound. Lawrence tags onto the member of TDT, and just like that, Sizzy quickly secures it for the rest of eArena. Well, all of that is happening. eArena stacking these 4 points, find themselves pretty much up ahead, up against T5. And it doesn't help for the fact that we saw that pickoff happen very early on, where T5 has to work with these remaining 3 members. While Baron, he's always been looking after more of these members of Decimate Gaming, and he has been able to pin another one down. So Decimate left with 2. And there's just not much of all these areas where they could actually rotate to. So Forest, they will just dominate that eastern quarter map. FW Esports, I expect them to also be taking some pot shots towards the direction of Forest Natural Gaming, but there's still a safe distance in between these 2 squads, so I don't think there's any further commitment from here. But FW Esports, if they do fancy their chance, that's one team that they really have to take down.
Yeah, at least they pick up 1 point still. And they can pick out some of the top teams. It will be a big bonus for them. But so far, so good within the circle, they'll be fine. As for the other rotating teams, we have Man here. Okay, he, with the glider, he sees Sharper Esports below him, takes a couple of pot shots, but he's more of like doing the scouting work. Okay, now Sharper Esports in between QiWA. Here we go, QiWA. Already waiting for the right moment to take those shots, but nobody's letting go those bullets yet. So Sharper Esports will have a free pass down south.
Yeah, speaking of which, that glider is not going to last for too long as well. If it takes too much of the attention, it will start to explode, and it will be slowly descending into the enemy lines of both Sharper. But the good news is Sharper is on their rotation as they try to wrap around its south side, and they're driving towards the direction of Team Flash. This might just be a big battle between these 2 squads. While if they were to trail right back, they might even be bumping into the rest of eArena. So everyone's pretty much in the zone already, but it's all about that shift of the zone right now that we want to take a look at. And it goes all the way up north.
Ooh.
It favors WDG. Smack dab in the center, and they're already focusing on to the rest of these teams around the corners of the test track. So it's a battle between TE as well as Xavage Men at the moment.
Oh, and let's not forget about Daytrade Gaming getting the circle, hoping for the other teams to be cancelled out, especially TE at the northern side. And for Sharper Esports, circle went away from them. They have to travel across all these teams that we can see here on screen. And Sharper Esports, how are they going to get across? So many teams in front of them. They have to find a way, including Team Flash passing by. Shooting on the Team Flash. It's going to be Sharper Esports. Team Flash forced to move the other way, but home voltage knocked down by Banana One for FW.
Oh no, this is going to be a tough spot for them to actually play this one out. Decimate, they're only down to 2. I mean, they can fancy their chance to try to go in for the exchange, as Inside has already gotten pretty much a decent position, while Kresama is trying to dance. His feet is absolutely exposed, or should I even say it's spelled off from another angle that knocks onto Flood. So there's more business to be done right here for Decimate Gaming while they try to keep themselves alive while tagging onto Team Flash at the same time.
Now it's a matter of them trying to survive all the incoming teams from the other side of the circle. And Team Flash home voltage still down. But he's being revived. With the smoke, he should be back up real soon. But TDT is actually looking at them if you look at the minimap. While Sharper Esports takes a right side rotation in, but they will bump into FW. Tonki will take out Thunders. Lots happening now on the elimination feed, and looks like Sharper Esports only left with 1 player.
Oh, still more troubles left ahead. The Expendables, they crash out. The rest of Xavage has been able to overwhelm some of the hot favorites coming from Vietnam. Sharper Esports is also the next one to be taken off the list as well, while FW Esports is just going to clip onto these members of Team Flash, who's desperate to rotate from the south, heading into the east. And now it's going to be the chance for Team Flash to also gatekeep FW Esports because they are not in the clear for now.
And for AG, also not in the clear. They have QiWA right in front of them. And AG, they will continue on this fight while we shift forward to the right side of the circle. Team Flash still trying to get in. So many other teams around there, including FW. Banana One appears right in front of Team Flash right now, trying to get him from getting into the circle. At the same time, Banana One working as a marker to bring his teammate in. But Banana One knocked down by Flood, and Flood will finish him off. The marker is currently out as we shift back over to AG Global against QiWA.
Well, of course, you guys can claim that G-Con right now. We will still focus on casting. You got to quickly snapshot this and then, of course, get yourself all rewarded. While, of course, looking at the rest of AG, they're just hoping to just finish up this fight. They did manage to knock down Simoy, it seems, while Jacob so far has been forming big numbers for the rest of eArena. They paved that path over on the south side, but they're just by the rim of the zone. Daytrade is not too far off. They haven't seen much of an activation just yet because all these teams are just battling each other by the corner of the map. And that Fickle absolutely got shattered. The rest of AG Global, they're just by the edge of it all. He cannot spot Trick. He puts that multiple shield, and this might just be a big turnaround. Trick looking for his moment, but here comes Chipperin. He might get all the angles up against the rest of AG. And now Trick, he's already fallen flat. Is he going to be able to turn the tides around? Because this is the golden opportunity, but it's going to be destroyed. He managed to sniff him out. There is a fog of smoke right in front of him.
Right in front of him, destroyed. The smoke was still active. Destroyed. Didn't know that Jupiter was there, so Jupiter got away with it. For now, that is. But the fight continues on. AG, they must win this against QiWA. Jupiter is still around, but before that, 13 will finish off. Comic. And here comes Jupiter. He gets 1, 13 gets 2. Can he get a third one? Could this be a clutch? But the answer is no. All gamers, they will not allow heroics to happen.
AG Global saved by the bell, wrong by Tycon, as they keep themselves surviving for a little bit longer. Cerberus Esports having a little bit of trouble of their own while all these fights were commencing all corners of the map. And now it's going to be a snug area to play. I'm not too sure if the rest of Force will be able to sniff out the rest of Team Flash, but I think that there's definitely a tinge where Kiss might have actually spot these members out. But got to keep himself safe for the moment. They do have a little bit of that high ground terrain to hold out. It's not exactly a big hill for now, but just good enough for them to just look up ahead. Meanwhile, the rest of Cerberus Esports goes in for that grand reset, keeping all 4 members alive. A firm chance as Cerberus Esports cling on to this very moment, but despite all that effort of AG Global having Tycon to clutch that moment, it's going to be Imka that did shut them off completely.
And right now on the right side, Team Flash is still not out of it yet. Forest Natural Gaming is still in this. And if you look at his contra, Forest Natural Gaming, 7 elimination points now. They really want to take that spot away from Daytrade Gaming, while Daytrade Gaming kind of comfortable in the circle, not gaining any points yet.
Not at all. So Forest, if they could take up that battle, they're not too far off from each other. Well, there is a little bit of distance, and Forest really has to deal with that Lone Ranger coming from WDG. T-Doi still surviving. This could be a thorn in the flesh on wherever Forest rotates up next, but if it does pull up the north, it could still benefit Cerberus as well as Forest at the very same time. But of course, with the circle now leading over on to eArena as well as Daytrade, the pressure is on. Forest Natural Gaming, they gotta survive this ordeal and get themselves a spot. But I believe that despite all these areas of play, some of it is just flat ground terrains, which they will be exposed to all the other teams as well. So they got to wrap up the fight before trying to even think about whatever that spot is going to be safe for them for now.
Wow, the lower ground is going to be Team Flash onto Forest Natural Gaming. Both these teams do not have the circle. They have to move forward. And Team Flash, shot from the other side. Forest Natural Gaming, they're managing Team Flash and also WDG by the edge of the circle. And on the other side, more teams coming in. It's going to be Cerberus Esports. They want to play the gatekeeping role now.
Yeah, Cerberus, so far, they are just choking out some of all these entry points for the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. So they have to force this push up against Team Flash, but it seems like it's a little too hard to do at this moment. They've also utilized a lot of all their troubles at this point of rate. They're keeping some for the end game scenario. 6 teams still left remaining. Team Flash trying to hang on, and they take a deep dive. This gives a chance for Forest Natural Gaming to try to clip onto any one of these members. They're also looking to be on the move as they don't really have much time left. Lyric's now spotted by Flash, and he pulls the trigger, finds him in the head, and just like that, one member down, but the rest of eArena looking to also recover at this very moment. But this is going to be a push. Daytrade, they're pushing out a compound, seeking out for some of all these rabbits out in the field.
Time for Daytrade Gaming to gain those points to pull away from Forest Natural Gaming. Looking at eArena now, the #1 team with already 8 elimination points for eArena. And they have the circle, so now it's all about them staying quiet, trying to stay away from those fights. The fact that T5 have been eliminated at eArena, no reason for them to push yet. Pressure is now onto Forest Natural Gaming to come into the circle while Cerberus Esports is still around them.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, in between all those form of back and forth trades, Forest had 1 member eliminated by Daytrade, so they now know the position of their enemy teams that they really want to take on. Daytrade, they now pull their attention towards the north point. Belmont spotted out as well. Cerberus tries to fend them off completely, so Cerberus Esports, they're just holding the rest of these Forest members at bay and speed window. That tag lands directly to the dome of Kids. He was aiming for the guy in the vehicle, but that's a little bit of a bonus. And here comes T-Doi! Oh, T-Doi! Surprise, surprise from the edge of the bush, picking on 2 members of Cerberus Esports at the same time.
Oh, and T-Doi, sneaky one, he was waiting there for the longest time for this opportunity. And with that, T-Doi was the bane for them, for Cerberus Esports. Doesn't help the fact that the circle kept going away from them. And WDG finally eliminated. T-Doi out after pulling off a double elimination.
That's the best you could do when you are a solo unit, at least securing some placement points as well, moving into the top 5. It definitely sucks to be on the receiving end as Cerberus Esports have a little bit of cover coming in from the emergency barricades, and here comes the teams just running across the going for the full send. Kiss risking his life for it, and it's going to be the rest of Daytrade that does get the upper hand in this fight.
And now it's going to be Baron, the final player for Forest Natural Gaming, tapping away onto Cerberus Esports, trying to collect those elimination points. But unfortunately, from afar, it has to be Theerathon for Daytrade Gaming, taking out Baron. That is the target that they won. And now Daytrade Gaming can potentially pull away. But the fight is not over yet. It's now between Daytrade Gaming, eArena, and Cerberus Esports.
This is the round for Daytrade to solidify their position, and they might just be able to do so. They still have all all 4 members intact. But the rest of eArena, they've been keeping really silent on that corner of the map, and they might just be in for a big surprise. As you can see, eArena is just squeezing really tight over south, and this is where Sizzy unleashes all the clip coming out of his Mark 12, marking onto Belmont, taking him down to 25%. Just like that, now all eyes shift towards the side of eArena, and that's where Tano finds the catch onto Imcut. Only 1 member remaining for the side of Cerberus Esports. Haisaki can only wait for him to try to crawl through, but that's not quite enough as Lawrence secures the point.
At least it's enough for Haisaki to get into the circle now. He can hold on to phase number 7. So between Daytrade Gaming and eArena, Flash is looking down onto them. He might pull the trigger anytime soon, but Haisaki, he will not stay quiet. He will try to take out the members of eArena from afar. He does have a buggy, and now he's making his move, but oh man, the moment he tried to move out, he got shot back. He knows that there's no space for him to play.
Talos has been absolutely on fire throughout these runs heading into the last day of our finals. Haisaki barely has enough room to play out. His back is exposed to the blue zone. Of course, that does not really help his health unless half his body is sticking out. For this moment, it's a little bit of a standstill. Barely enough space to squeeze past for Haisaki. And you're all looking at Daytrade marking onto his territory, so he's hoping to catch Tano as he's been peppering him throughout the entire course of the battle. Now he sees a little bit of a window of opportunity as the fight breaks loose between Daytrade as well as eArena, and Haisaki closes in.
Oh, and he managed to get across. Oh man, Haisaki. Last tick of health and he managed to survive that. That was insane by Haisaki. Somehow, divine intervention saved him. Man, good one for Haisaki. But now back on the Daytrade Gaming, going up against eArena. Nuren's knocked down. This could be an opening for Daytrade Gaming, and Tiga is coming in.
There's just barely enough room, and they're pretty much stuck within that bowl. They're trolling whatever devil is as they manage to pin down Tigger, but that's not quite enough. Now down to Talonol as well as Flash to play this one completely. 2 versus 1 versus 1. Daytrade still has slight edge up against the rest of these members. Jacob limping at the moment. Norris on the ground. And somehow, Sizzy right across has not been able to find Haisaki just yet. Haisaki, can he still clutch this? We saw that daring attempt to push right into the fields. Now, between these 3 teams, there's only going to be one. Cerberus has been on the highs, and Haisaki nails another one down by taking out Lawrence.
Oh, could this be the big moment here for Haisaki? He does have the circle advantage now. And right now, Haisaki, he might not be the focal attention because Daytrade Gaming and eArena, they need to settle each other first. Haisaki secures the one onto Belmont. And now, we're coming into space number 9. No more circle, ladies and gentlemen. Could Haisaki do the heroics for Cerberus Esports?
13 kills and perhaps more to go. Sizzy, the attention span is pulled away from him. Talonol calls in a couple of emergency barricades, and this is where Daytrade will be having a very, very difficult stance. They are going to have that blue zone slowly moving towards the center of the field, and they're just by the edge of it. Those grenades are being lobbed towards Haisaki. Does actually chip a little bit of a health bar coming in, but not quite enough. He does seem to peak a little bit. So Tanadol fancying his chances to really take him on while they will settle Sizzy later on. Haisaki, I'm not too sure if there's still more that he could actually do from that position. And now Sizzy's running right through the bull, gets spot up by Flash, and Daytrade.
Wait! What?
They secure it.
Daytrade Gaming. Oh, okay, man. That was crazy. It almost at some point could have went either way, Contra.
It could have been, but they definitely knew that there was Haisaki just sitting around that corner of a rock, and all they need to do is just to know where exactly Sizzy was. The moment he gave off that sound cue running inside that bowl, they knew what exactly needs to be done, and just like that, they secure a ton of points to keep themselves back on track. Of course, we got pretty much a wild run here inside of Rondo, where a lot of teams, they were picking on each other, starting off with eArena's victory up against HAPPIE Squad.
Not gonna lie, I would have liked to see Haisaki pull off that one. That would have been insane. That might have just made the moment, or maybe even made the fan best moment, that sort of thing later on. But anyway, it almost became true. But it was a very, very good round again. And if you kind of think about it, Daytrade Gaming with this chicken dinner. Oh, the third spot. How solid it is now.
I'm not too sure if it's being shaken or if it's being stirred for the moment, because there's half the amount of points that has been scored by a lot of all these other teams as well. AG Global got themselves pretty much stuck by the corners of Test Track, and then you saw QiWA try to take them out. They did manage to actually accumulate plenty of all these points from the eliminations that they've been able to acquire. Xavage men have also been able to look for some really big pickups where they shut down one of the big squads completely from making a deep run in this match. Well, Daytrade, it all started from this point where they were holding over on the south. eArena, they initially had 4 members, but Daytrade, they just had that control of the entire region just by holding true to those shacks. So, of course, that's a big advantage when it comes down to this vast terrain where it's just open fields for the taking.
And that's the advantage of Daytrade Gaming, right? They play by the middle of the circle. They hang on to that. And I can totally understand why they play in the middle of the circle. They want to avoid all those sideline fights, all those by the rim of the circle sort of fights. As long as they can live above their closest contenders like the Expendables and so on and so forth, job is done. And the fact that they scored this chicken dinner, it's an even bigger bonus for them. Just look at this. Towards the end, they even had eArena to take out. So eArena, well, I don't know if they'll be able to chase the second spot. Maybe they can after we tabulate all the scores. But by the fact that they could take out eArena and then Cerberus Esports getting the chicken dinner in, this is huge for Daytrade Gaming.
Indeed it is. So let's take a look at some of these massive results. At 2,300 over damage being done by Daytrade. Well, of course, there's a lot of effort coming from both Tigger as well as Belmont, but it didn't really result to much of these kills to be converted. But you've always seen Tanadol's name appear on the screen for multiple times. Some of these damages went across, but of course not fully converted, which is why you are looking at just about 4 kills. Not his best result, but it is good enough to be able to put Daytrade once more with another chicken dinner to be secured.
Yeah, and for the second time around, Mr. Thanadol scores the MVP. This time with 4 kills, 886 damage, and 38% point contribution towards team, and a survival time of 31 minutes and 1 second. How important is Thanadol to the team, right? I mean, even though it's not like those sexy, aggressive moves, but he's a steady player, and that's why he's the MVP for twice in a row. And that's the strategy for Daytrade Gaming now, is to just be steady. You don't need to go all out to gain more, like what, 15 kills, 20 kills, that kind of gameplay. All you need to do is to survive. And they do just enough to survive. And plus, a bonus of scoring the chicken dinner. Job done for Daytrade Gaming.
Yeah, good news for some of these guys out there, but it's Cerberus that did manage to impress us, where we saw Haisaki was the last member standing. They secured 13 kills in this match. So Daytrade, they were just having that 6 point of an edge up against Force, who's currently scoring 11 because they managed to make the top 3 cut as well. So there's still a big disparity of a gap, but with 2 more maps, Daytrade is absolutely happy that they scored this one, because they have solidified perhaps their chances to get their tickets for PGS 7 and 8.
Okay. Let's be sure with the numbers here, right? Forest Natural Gaming is now 25 points behind Daytrade Gaming. 25 points in 2 more games. Okay, mathematically it's still doable. Mathematically, for AG Global, it is 29 points. Yeah, 29 points. Wait, make that 39 points. Okay, that's going to be a bit tough. But the biggest question is the Expendables. 131 right now. They are way, way away. I worry that we won't see the Expendables now. 2 more games might not be enough.
probably won't be enough unless if you're telling me that they score huge, like 20 kills and above to close out that round. So we've seen those kind of big numbers before coming from the Expendables. If they were to do it again, I will be absolutely baffled, because the last time that we went into the APAC qualifiers, that's how they won 2 back-to-back chicken dinners to emerge as the champions, and then became global champions as well throughout the PGC, but of course in a very different manner, that is. But we'll definitely have to take a look at our final 2 matches. Wrangle, of course, the pace of the match will differ from here on. We'll probably see a little bit more of that feisty action that we've seen coming from all these APAC squad. In order to wrap things up, Daytrade, sure, with that chicken dinner, they got themselves a healthy lead, but I want to iterate again. A team like Forest have seen big rounds before, and it is going to be doable, but somebody's have to hit onto Daytrade in order for that to happen in a very early game manner, in the sense where Daytrade, they don't score at all for these last 2 matches. If Daytrade survives 2 matches with even 5 points per piece, I think it might just be over.
Yeah, so I guess it will be kind of determined by what happens in the next match. A few variables like what you said, Daytrade Gaming, if they do well, the next match, the final match, may not matter for them unless if the points are somehow close enough for them to climb another spot into 2nd place at least. We'll look at that as a secondary option. But if they don't do well, if they go out 0, for example, in the following round, then it will open up a lot more opportunity for the teams below them to try to catch up onto them. But for Daytrade Gaming and their play style, like, they know that what's their objective right now. They don't need to come out with the big numbers. All they need to do is just to play safe, probably in the middle again, try to just shoo off all their opponents, and we can look at it from the stats earlier on. Their damage output was huge.
Yeah,
but
and
not many eliminations in return. So it just shows that they were just shooing away opponents. They're not really in the chase for those eliminations, and that's good enough for them. As long as they can do that one more round, top 3 is definitely theirs.
yeah, and of course, when we're looking at Daytrade at the same time, like, on their performance today, it's been outstanding. They're so far the best performing team if you take a look at the stats that they've acquired so far, like multiple wins, and then you have a number of top 5 finishes at the very same time. So they're definitely in a very healthy scoreline, and if they want to play a little bit more aggressively, they have all the means necessary. Have you seen Tunnel's damage in that last couple of rounds? I mean, this guy, he's definitely not going to be just sitting back chilling, so you'll expect him to be able to at least go for some decent fight that actually favors him in some of all these traits. So of course, all eyes are on Title and Code in order to keep these margins pretty much healthy for them to secure those tickets to the PGS. But other than that, it's crunch time. I mean, it's all or nothing right now for everybody else. Force Natural Gaming, they cannot afford to drop any of these rounds at all, else it's just gonna be absolutely over.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. 2 more games will be absolutely crucial for them, for themselves, and also for them to somehow manage Daytrade Gaming if they have the opportunity. So I wonder if it will go down to like a hot drop just to try to block out Daytrade Gaming, because if they don't, then basically it's just about like, okay, we'll take the prize money and we'll just, wait for whatever the next stage is, right? It will be a long holiday, and as a team, you don't want to have those long holidays. So maybe, I'm just putting out the maybe, right? Maybe you might see the hot drop, because what else can you lose?
Well, at this rate, it is pretty uncertain. Look, if you're going to talk about that hot drop, if we're saying Forest drops into Daytrade just to try to settle the scores completely, then it is rather risky, because one, if it goes to a 50-50 fight, you're supplementing Daytrade. Like, whatever points that you add to the tally for Daytrade right now, Forest loses. So it's, unless it says a 4-0 victory, then okay, then this is going to be that round for them to just do their level best, score that chicken dinner, and then they can start to tie those loose ends, get that that margin that they really desire. But calculating right now, it is definitely looking rather tough. So who knows? I'm leaning on to your stats right now. Maybe they need to do it. or maybe I don't know if you got friends, but of course I'm just saying that hey, other teams can play spoilers this time. So it's not only for its natural gaming. Like anybody that doesn't seem to have that ticket for PGS, if there's a personal vendetta, I think they're about to pull off some pretty interesting shenanigans throughout the field. But of course, and I guess it's all in good spirits because all these teams are playing with great sportsmanship so far. So I guess like we might just leave it up to who just ends up as the better team. And right now at this moment, eArena, we got to talk about them for a little bit because last round, sure, Daytrade got that win, and then you saw even the likes of Theerathon 5, they kind of slipped rather early up against some of the members of Xavage, if I'm not mistaken, and that allowed so much room for them to now hold on to that #1 spot.
Okay. All that theories, maybe not this round. Maybe the last round. It depends on what the points are going to be like. So, of course, it's going to be the second last game. And we are heading on to Erangel, a fresh new map for everyone. We've seen a lot of mid to the base circles. Will we get another one? Let's head on to it and we'll find out.
And here we go into the penultimate round of our final stage. It's the last day for them to claim those tickets to the PGS 7 and 8. While we are starting things off from the North Point, as it will be kicking off overall to the quarters of Kameshki, headed to the direction of Georgia Pole. So plenty of areas up for grabs, but no access into the islands. Certain teams will definitely have to go for alternative drops. So we're taking a close look into squads like HAPPIE. They know for a fact that they can go to the middle base. They are going to settle for Kameshki instead. Not too sure about some others who loves Lower Illinois as well as Fair Pure. It's still going to be a little bit of that stretch for us. They end up inside of Georgia Pole, and right across, it's going to be T5. So rather interesting with even Daytrade to be playing on that far west.
Yeah, a lot of teams there, right? If you kind of think about it. Forest Natural Gaming going up to the northern side of Jogopool. Same goes for TDT. They might share the Jogopool area, or maybe TDT is going towards Sarki all the way up there. That could be a possibility as well. Other than that, maybe WDG. Okay, kind of far. Okay, DCM. Whoa, wait a second. Speaking about far, this time the circle is not made to the base, but it's going to go all the way towards the west side coast.
And take a look at who's directly in the center of it. Daytrade, they absolutely got delivered that advantage. This is going to be their game here to lose. I mean, everything is set into that perfect spot. It's all about claiming the perfect spot for Daytrade to hold on to and stop all the other teams from rotating across that Gakko region. And maybe they might just be overwhelmed. This could also be that scenario that we have to take note of, where for sure right now it's already the looting phase. They're just going to be getting themselves those a couple of minutes to loot up, and then once all these teams traverse, will they spot any of these members of Daytrade to be taken down, so to speak? Else, it's going to be a day of farming out big numbers for Daytrade to make it impossible for whoever else. And of course, we're staring down at Forest Natural Gaming.
Oh man, Daytrade Gaming again. Great that you highlighted that. Middle of the circle, they'll probably try to get the best spot possible and just stay there. Like, they don't need to go out hunting and so on and so forth. And some of the best spots within this circle is the west coast. So if they're able to secure one of the compounds there, it would be great, especially when the circle goes there, because there's not many places to play with in that area. So securing the west coast will be a big advantage for Daytrade Gaming. I'm thinking of like, how about the other teams, right? Okay, Forest Natural Gaming, they're North Jogopool. They could have a decent access into the circle, so that's fine. So, but they don't know that Daytrade Gaming is there. So they need to play like, okay, we come in and we try to get elimination points while getting into the circle at the same time. That would be the best for Forest Natural Gaming, since they need to chase those points.
True enough, and that is if they could actually get themselves a decent spot right after looting up inside of Georgia Pool. Meanwhile, FW Esports, they're lurking onto FW at this current moment. He knows that Zigzag is somewhere into that tiny little compound, so I'm not too sure if traveling on foot would actually allow them any form of space. And oh, they managed to just find him cutting across with the emergency pickup. So thankfully nobody got clipped. So just maybe if they were to pounce a couple of seconds earlier, they might just have clipped onto all 4 members of these whole squad of FW Esports.
Yeah, so it looks like they're gonna have a quick entry in. I wonder how about their loot so far. Looks like pretty decent based on the utilities, so they should be fine, but it's a matter of where they're going to land now as they approach the circle. Okay, they are already in. Maybe the high ground, maybe not. I mean, the Gaka Mountain is an option, but it looks like they're not interested in that. They want to find a better spot within the circle. Maybe playing in the middle. We'll see where they go from there. Well, Savage Man Esports, they arrive in the circle as well. Quite spread out. They try to secure their location. Phase 1, of course, most teams will do just that. And so far, so good for them. Managed to get in unscathed. But the FW passing by above them, maybe taking a few shots. Probably not.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a really early exchange, and I guess no teams really want to risk it at this very important match where they need to score big in order to at least either improve their position or, of course, fight for whatever slot's still available. For the moment, WDG, of course, the inconsistency of their run have absolutely impacted them, but of course, we've seen big margins coming in from this squad. Though have definitely shown us some really strong run with plenty of high scores of elimination points, and we're already looking at Daytrade withering down vehicles coming in for what I do believe to be FW Esports. The moment that they have entered the zone via the emergency pickup, it seems like there are still more troubles lying ahead. Now, Larynx get caught up very early on by the rest of Sharper, and just like that, they're only down to 3 men, but they're trying to retaliate with Sizzy also dropping a couple of all these grenades back at the rest of Sharper Esports with Earth. Knows that he's throwing it from that direction. He's also going to respond in kind. Unfortunately, that one does not land towards Sizzy.
And the fact that it is eArena losing 1 player, T5, we'll be looking at this and smiling. But I'm also looking at, okay, just early on we talked about like Daytrade Gaming swapping places with T5. Between them, Daytrade Gaming is only 8 points behind T5 now. And Daytrade Gaming is 20 points behind eArena. So 2 games still matter for Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming could be the surprise team to take the number 1.
Yeah, and on their trajectory right now, I think that they're looking better in their form as compared to T5. And with CZ getting into trouble, it might also be a chance where Theerathon 5 are looking to capitalize in this situation. So they definitely got Sharper Esports to thank for. Still too early to tell. Speaking of the Devils of T5, they're just right across the corner of our screen. So first, that being said, a lot of all the Thai teams now bunch up all together as they have been savages to run down that member of eArena with the vehicle. So only 2 members left for side of eArena. Above is going to be AG Global right across Olympus. Well, not the player, but the heels of this GACA region, so to speak, just to clarify. Anyways, seems like it's going to be a really standard start so far in phase 1. Decent spots for the side of AG Global. Not really going to be able to find anything in return so early, but as the game progresses, this is a region where a lot of teams will be bypassing, so that's the reason why they're holding on for a long time. TT, they finally looted up inside Ozarki as well as the edge of North George. Now making their way past. Is there any team still left inside of Georgia Pool? The last we checked, probably none.
Probably not. I mean, with the circle and easy access to the other side of the island, might as well prioritize that, right? And inside the Georgia Pool, like the buildings are compact enough, like you can make quick loots, and then you can just move on. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any more teams inside of Dog Jogo pool. But on the other side, okay, coming in from the Muta area, it's going to be Cerberus Esports and the Expendables. Okay, they saw them, but because the Expendables, they're quite spread. So, and it's also quite a distance. I don't expect the Expendables to be able to get anything out of Cerberus Esports yet.
Yeah, not at all. There's still a little bit of that region of the hillside just by the shores where Cerberus Esports can play defensive covers with Haisaki, risking it though, driving out there in the open, hoping that there are certain compounds that's still left available. As we are looking at FW to be well spread out, Banana One holding on to this whole compound sector by himself might just see it to be too troublesome, so he's running back to his vehicles to regroup with the rest of the team, but instead he's actually calling for backup coming from Zigzag. So I guess this is definitely going to be a major spot for them to hold on to late game, as that circle is still pretty much dead center over onto that portion of the map.
And speaking about the portion of the map, right? Looking at Cerberus Esports, they took the west side coast houses. Some of the best spots within this circle, especially if the circle shifts towards that area. And it took them a while, but still they're able to secure those compounds. Okay, and now the circle again. It goes towards the northern side. Ooh, interesting. Okay, who's in the middle of it? So T5 is in the middle of it. Daytrade Gaming by the side, not too bad. The next contender, Forest Natural Gaming, coming from Mount Olympus towards the lower ground now. Now it's a matter of whether they can find bodies for them to eliminate, because they need to bring the points in. They cannot be absolutely passive for Forest Natural Gaming.
That's right. And at the moment, it's just going to be a little bit of a head scratcher for those who are playing over on South Side. Initially, when we saw Daytrade having that advantage, now they have to also play a little bit more aggressively with a lot of teams traveling. And that's Tavu claiming tree just like that. QiWA having themselves absolutely exposed through the midst of the field, just got shredded by the aggression displayed by the side of TE.
Oh, with that, TE picks up 2 points just like that. Looking to secure another one. Let's see if they can finish on Chibi. Shouldn't be a problem. I don't think the cavalry will arrive. But we move on to WDG. Here comes WDG taking out inside from Decimate Gaming.
Ooh, wow. A lot of all these pickoffs in the midst of rotation, and just like that, it is just going to be a little bit costly for some of these guys out there. But as they carry on, the only one that has suffered the most out of it has been QiWA, which we last saw. The Expendables just pretty much run them out there in the open. Other than that, it's just a couple of pickoffs out there. Decimate still has 3 members to work with. Not too shabby after all. While the rest of Forest Natural Gaming, they decide not to claim Everest, Olympus, whichever mountain that you can name it. Well, if they're Malaysians, then you're called Kinabalu as well. But Forest, you're happy enough with that 2-2 split. They have the regions of Hospital to be guarding as well, where they spot the rest of Team Flash entering that vicinity. Is still rather playable, where majority of these teams are still trying to at least find certain crease if they were to play over on the corners of the terrain. Theerathon 5 smack that in the center of it all, knowing that there are teams just cutting across while Patrick's over on to the glider. Rather than just, if you ask me, but at least he's coming in for the north point. There is going to be a couple of compounds that he could just hold onto if this glider is being shredded down. Team Flash through the hospital ground will try to keep the rest of Happy Squad at bay.
Passing by, it's going to be Evil Patrick giving information back towards his teammates on the ground. And Team Flash coming in, a whole voltage, gunned down by 10 Trip. Oh, just like that. He was not able to even get into his building, immediately eliminated. Team Flash lost a player to the hands of Happy Squad. Happy Squad finally break into the 100-point mark.
Happy Squad with tremendous effort throughout their run. They did manage to score a chicken dinner yesterday. Today, they did manage to at least squeeze into certain top 5s, top 4s. But of course, look at conversion rates. We haven't really seen big rounds coming in from Happy Squad through the finals throughout the today, at the very least. But of course, they're going to see if they could just impact the course of how the leaderboard will, of course, sum up by the end of the run if they could just find big targets on the block. Circle now pulls towards both T5 as well as Forest Natural Gaming. Daytrade will now find themselves struggling for that space as it's being gated off by Cerberus Esports. Or should I even say, even the Expendables are on the outskirts as well from the last I checked. eArena, they found themselves a little bit of a bunker over onto the quarters of the field, so they could just hold out. I believe Daytrade is able to also see a glimpse of them. And that's Sharper treading down onto members of X-Men. Well, I believe they were on wheels trying to cut into that location, and they are just being denied any chance at all. It's going to be Lucky J to trade right back. While they have arrived to the scene to be able to shred out J-Die as well as Thunders. So X-Men, they might just be able to wrap up this fight against the Tide Titans.
Oh, wow, Zapalui is waiting at the side, scoping down, maybe able to pull off a surprise. Lucky J's on the other building though. But before that, he was secured that elimination point to get an option. And now Lucky J is also the final member for X-Men. And no Zapalui, where did that come from? Oh, Zapalui taken out by Ray from WDG. WDG, say hello to them now.
They just arrive in the perfect timing to see a weakened side of Xavage, man. Only down to Lucky J, Sharper Esports. They were all limping and now only having that one member hiding somewhere in between the creases. And just like that, it is going to be a team to be falling out flat. That's mine. The remaining member of QiWA taken out by Flood. While Windy Gaming goes out for the hunt. You just got to spot Lucky J. He's trying to cut forward the corner of the wall. And these blues and grenades are starting to hurt Lucky J. I hope that he has just about enough meds to survive. Seems like he does. Keep himself afloat for now.
But they know exactly where he is. So it's a matter of time before WDG charges into the building to take him out. And now they're coming in. They're surrounding the building. Lucky J, what does he have now? Only bandages, no first aids. He has to do this quickly. WDG, welcome to the building. And that's going to be Lucky J. If he can pull out a big clutch, it's going to be insane. He's waiting by the door. The smoke is still active. He does have a stun grenade. He might want to lob this across. It's M4. Now he will defend. Takes a lot of damage, 50% of health. And with the nade that came in, that is it. Lucky J eliminated. X-Men out.
Yeah, he had a game plan with the flashes on hand, but you could see that they're definitely not falling prey to that trap. Meanwhile, Daytrade clung over onto the compounds as the rest of the Expendables have been able to have a smooth journey from the south as they took on an entire squad by their own. And now it's down to 777 to actually pave the path somewhere in between the fields as they will now cop a spot over on the far south. And they're just going to be noisy neighbors right next to Daytrade for this altercation. And speaking of which, it's going to be WDG now finding another unit to clear out. 777 is all alone. How much damage can he do to the rest of the path of WDG? They're trying to fall back, pulling the cavalry, and WDG, they're already climbing up the rooftops, trying to seek him out. 777, he's trying to see if these Lucky Days gonna find anything at all.
Oh, he needs backup. He needs backup. He needs teammates to come and support him as quickly as possible. WDG still not letting him go yet. As he scopes down with his AUG, waiting for anyone to show up at the corner. WDG taking their time. They're trying to hear the audio cue. At the same time, they know that Delwyn is on the outside playing the support role. Theodore sees Delwyn but can't get a good clear shot. Marcus moving out there by 777. 777 fighting back.
Now, what a hold from 777 as he confirms the number as well. Barely having enough health left, but the rest of the pack is already arriving to see it. It's gonna be Flores! Oh, he just decimates them! Just like that, and now they brought the attention coming from Decimate Gaming themselves. They gotta quickly go in for that reset, recover some of their health bars, but they're still pretty much well and alive. Monty hoping for a chance to pick off Delvin by the edge of the corner, but what a fight that was. Absolutely clean for the Expendables while we carry on. Happy squad having troubles of their own now.
Yeah, not so happy it seems. One of the players, Sergeant Bot, eliminated while he was rotating into the circle, taken out by Bayonet from Team Flash. And HAPPIE Squad now has 10 trip, but 10 trip is not in the circle yet. Team Flash, they're on their wheels, but shot from afar by Olympus of Forest Natural Gaming, 1 down.
And more to go. They need to chase those numbers out there. Daytrade adding 2 more on the block. Forest needs this big gain, or else it's going to be over with so much points to even recover on the very final match. I'm not too sure if they could do it, but there is an opportunity right in front of them, and that's going to be Team Flash driving right past Kiss, looking for that shred, and you can see 3 teams in between. He might just actually miss the chance. It's going to be Tycon instead that knocks Keisama down.
And QiWA will be taken out by Scabby. Point given towards Forest Natural Gaming. They continue to collect points, but Daytrade Gaming is still in the game as well. Now on screen, we have 3 different teams. Forest Natural Gaming, T5 as well, and Team Flash. There's still Binnick is somehow holding on for his team. The final player that is within the circle. Base number 5 is going to be upon us in about 8 more seconds. Let's see if you still get the circle, or will it be a hardship circle towards the south? And if it goes down south, then it's going to be Daytrade Gaming getting it. Looks like it's going to go to the middle. That means eArena is in it. Daytrade Gaming in it as well at the south.
Now trouble lies up ahead for the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. Where exactly can they go? That is going to be clear, because if they're looking for a compound, it is being held by Theerathon 5 over on the North Point. And in those open fields, you saw what happened to those members of Team Flash. It is going to be a tough move wherever they go from here on. Forest zoned away, while Daytrade now firing shots over onto the fields up against the members of Cerberus Esports. And it's going to be a little bit back and forth. And it's going to be Rosatet that does come over a Venom, while Flash takes on Haisaki.
From afar, it's going to be Scabby trying to take out the members of Team Flash and also eArena, but he's been shot back by Fluky. Goes down immediately at the rooftop. He needs the teammates to save him. Kiss finishes off Binak, and that's the end for Team Flash and number 10.
It's 3 points. Now ties it with Daytrade Esports. Daytrade Gaming, excuse me. Well, now they're on to this push up against Theerathon 5. They only have these 3 members, as they haven't go on for that full recovery just yet. Cerberus Esports just right across as Daytrade Gaming looking for the right opportunity to pounce upon them, opening a little bit more of that spot. Zayu does actually land a big blow up against Lambaba, that frag grenade. As you can see that they're out in the open field, and that is going to be them susceptible for some of the angles to be capitalized by Rosatet. A couple of attacks, but not quite enough to eventually go in for an elimination. But here comes Balboff and Talo. They're out there on the fields looking for a push.
Looking for the opportunity to get Yimkut that's just below them perhaps. Or are they going to focus on to just getting into the circle? But there's a lot of open space in front of them. They have to clear off their sides before they can do so. On the other side, it's going to be the Expendables. Daytrade Gaming deciding on what to do now, but they can take their time. They don't really need to push on. All they need to worry right now is Forest Natural Gaming is still in the game, collecting points, 3 elimination points now for Forest Natural Gaming. But right now, if I was Daytrade Gaming, I'll be thinking to myself that, hey, maybe I can go for the number 1. So who knows, they might make an aggressive push towards one side just to gain those points.
They could also take it slow. They don't exactly have to force their hands just yet, because there's still a lot of all these teams vying for that spot. They could just let all the other teams actually battle it all. Speaking of which, AG Global, they managed to catch the rest of Decimate trying to rotate into the corners of the battlefield, but this field is absolutely exposed. It's just so dangerous to play out. It's only going to be Duckmine to the right that gets himself into the middle, but not so much for the boys from the land down under, as Decimate Gaming is already out of the match. Now we're down to our top 8. Duckmine's being absolutely exposed as Banny. He's looking for something in return, but not quite hitting the mark just yet. Forest, they're getting picked off one after another by Theerathon 5.
And Yimkut eliminated. That is the end for Cerberus Esports in this round. And now, we only have a handful of teams left, 7 teams to be exact. Huang will be knocked out by Belva from Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming starting their move right now. Waiting to get into the circle from the southern side, but on the northern side, we still have Forest Natural Gaming kind of far away from the circle with 3 other teams in front of them.
They will have to deal with eArena first and foremost. eArena, they haven't found a single point thus far. And they're already down to one member left standing in the way or on that field side. And AG Global, they can actually spot whatever noises that's coming across over the north point. And you can see Tycon as well as Team Master closing right in. So Forest, they really have no space to go. They just got to scrap their way out. So whatever points that's available for them to grab from elimination, they will try to claim it for themselves. While tier top 5, they have just about enough room to still try to see if they could just perhaps puncture the rest of TDT. And once they do that, then they could just play through the western end of the field.
Oh, but here comes the blue onto Force Natural Gaming, and eArena knows that they're there. Lobbing a nade across onto Olympus. Olympus survives the first nade. Second nade will lob across, takes a bit of damage, down to 50% of health, but he has to move forward. However, if not, the blue will take him out. And this is it. Forest Natural Gaming, it's go time for them. They have to find a way in. They don't have vehicles. At the same time, they have to manage multiple teams in front of them. The smoke is still active, but they're not in the circle yet. All gunfire on the Forest Natural Gaming. Olympus will be knocked down by Patapong.
Patapong, he gets a perfect angle! Ranger clipping onto Baron as well. Vandal working on it. And it's only down to one member remaining for the side of Forest Natural Gaming. Their hopes and dreams might just be crushed right here, right now. And that is just a painful way to go out. What could that sole surviving member do this time around? With the rest of T5 marking onto the territory, Daytrade, they're smiling with joy through their screens despite this exchange going on. Zayu clips onto Tattle and quickly takes him out.
It's really hard right now for Force Natural Gaming. But it could open our opportunity for AG Global and maybe even the Expendables. Right now, the Expendables, 9 elimination points. Kiss is out. That's official. Forest Natural Gaming eliminated at number 6, down to the top 5 teams. With the next phase of the circle coming in, a lot of open space in front of all these teams. And the circle will go towards the middle. Tons of open space still. But within the circle, we do have a team within it. That's Daytrade Gaming.
We might actually see that back-to-back chicken dinner yet again for Daytrade in this very final day. Tycon needing to quickly pick up Destroyer as the shots are being fired from the side of Rosentet Jr. And keep this in mind. T5, they can look for that overtake up against eArena. They also do have just about enough placement points moving into the top 5. But of course, they need to secure a whole lot more. They don't really have the zone. They have to fight their way out, which is why they're looking to clear out the rest of AG Global. TDT, 2 members left. Rossitet as well as Fluky. They try to manage this situation. If they get that 2 takedown, then there's plenty of open room for them to actually go through. And they about to find Tycon and destroy.
Oh, this could be the opening for T5, but T5, they're not done yet. Still other members of AG Global in front of them. At the same time, the blue is closing in. T5 will be pressured by the blue. They have to move again forward. On foot this time. Lots of open space still for T5. But they have to also manage teams on the other side. The Expendables. Scoped down by Patapong. Patapong tries to take them out. Patapong almost got it. And Patapong will land it on the Chloris.
He's an absolute hero for T5 at this moment. And he also gets a little bit of glimpse on the other member side of AG Global, I do believe. And just like that, we're down to a top 4. Daytrade, 3 members remaining. Pure top 5, full squad, but they're just barely making the cut into the zone. A lot of areas absolutely exposed. TDT cling onto their territory with these 2 remaining members, and they've been able to farm up to 6 points, looking for number 7 as they're still marking onto Pat and Ranger. It's gonna be Fluky instead. A rise in scene, trying to at least form a bunker with all these coupes parked right in front of them.
Oh, not able to secure the elimination point yet, but that's fine. As long as they can hold on to their position, they'll be okay, but they have to deal with Daytrade Gaming right now. Daytrade Gaming beside them. And looks like Flash got one out of TDT, finishing him off. There's going to be kill number 7 for Daytrade Gaming.
And they're on this absolute streak, 7 points in total. If they get this chicken dinner right now, it might just be them moving all the way up to that number 1 spot. T5 is there to challenge it for sure. Without the presence of eArena, this is absolutely doable. Meanwhile, the Expendables, the global champions. Is this far too late? Can they still bring in a big win and then look for the craziest chicken dinner to close off our final game? Tanvu, all down to him. There's already been 9 points for the rest of the Expendables. A little bit of that standstill because we can see how difficult it is to not be exposed to other squads out there. It's just a vast land where they just have to crawl through. Majority of them only left with pretty much all of them on foot. Daytrade does have a couple of vehicles lying around. T5 also doing exactly the same, but of course that puts them at risk whenever they try to go deeper into the fields of their enemy lines. The Expendables tries to at least expand their wings, and they might just be able to eventually find an angle up against T5.
And here comes the phase 8 zone coming in onto them. Everyone has to move forward. No way you can tank out this phase. It's going to be very, very difficult. And T5 from the northern side coming in. T5 probably has the clearest route in so far with the terrain to their advantage. A slight terrain advantage for T5. And they managed to get into the circle, the closest one into the middle of the circle, including TE as well. But at the same time, TDT probably going to show themselves towards T5. And the gunfire comes out. T5, they know that someone's on the right side now.
There's only so much that Zayu can do right now. Back exposed. And it's about time we move into phase 9, where Daytrade, they're getting a slight upper hand as they move deeper into the center of the field. But they don't want to be way too close to the rest of the Expendables right at this moment. A very, very difficult place to play out while the rest of T5 somehow managing to charge through from that north point. And still have Fluky on wheels this time. He might actually draw a little bit of attention. Zayu just playing around with that smoke, buying a little bit more time and space as he's got the attention of Rossitet Jr. already. And now Zayu trading back and forth up against Daytrade. Now he knows he cannot afford to take too long. So he's going prone on his belly, hoping that he does not get caught out. But eventually, that's where Rossitet finds CDT. And now only 3 teams remain.
And here comes T5 collecting that point. The Expendables, they're going to take advantage of that distraction. They're going to try to take out the members of T5 now. They're going to put all in focus onto them. Chloris with the AUG spray from the other side, but Chloris has to back up right now because they must remember there's also another team across them that's going to be Daytrade Gaming that they need to be aware of as well. Daytrade Gaming waiting to be the third party, waiting for the commotion to end before they come in.
All these fog of smoke is not going to give all too much of a great time for Theerathon 5 on these exchanges. And just like that, Daytrade and TE, they're going up against each other. Delwyn also finds Fluky as well. They're trying to take on 2 sides of the coin at the very same time as we take a look at the rest of TE to overwhelm Daytrade Gaming. And down to Tinker, he's trying to buy a little bit more space for that UAZ. And he switches that seat. But Tabu has been able to settle his course. Now is against the rest of Theerathon 5 and down to a 3v3 go.
And here we go, make that 2v3 at this moment. Delwyn coming in from the other side, taking out Fluky. Ranger X will be knocked down as well. Looks like the Expendables, they want to wrap things up. 1 more to go, spray into the smoke. They try to get the final target, but they can't hit the target yet. Not yet, towards the right side, but finally, the Expendables scores the chicken dinner.
Is this going to be that miracle run from the Expendables, or is this far too late? The global champions proving that they still have what it takes to close out that round where it was a stalemate situation from these 4 teams that were battling out for this chicken dinner. I just like the fact that one of them is wearing a TSM jersey right now in support of the other regions as well. But of course, despite all of that, what a game coming in from the champs of the last APAC qualifiers. Well, perhaps it may not be too late just yet, because you saw they took out plenty of teams and securing the chicken dinner, overwhelming T5, and also the guys coming in from Daytrade. Perhaps there just might be a big challenge, but Daytrade, they did manage to secure the top 3 as well.
Yeah, and they got a good amount of points at the same time. So Daytrade Gaming I really want to see how close they are from the number one now. Now it's no longer about the conversation about, okay, whether Daytrade can hold on to that third spot for sure. Well, pretty much there for the third spot at least. But now the conversation is all around whether Daytrade Gaming can actually be the surprise team to claim the number one spot out of the hands of either T5 or eArena, something that we want to look at. But looking over at the highlights as well, this is a very tough terrain for all these players to play with. There's so much open land, and towards the end, a lot of utilities being deployed as well. It really didn't help all these teams to try to find the final blow. But at the end of the day, the team that prevailed the most, of course, is the Expendables.
Indeed, and we first saw plenty of all these teams to be playing around the south corner of the map, thinking that it's going to be moving into the swamp terrains or maybe in the middle of that field. But eventually, it just gets rougher and rougher, even for the guys coming in from Nerf. Initially, we saw there was certain advantages that Forest Natural Gaming had, and then that zone just kept going further and further away. It is devastating to be on the receiving end for Forest Natural Gaming to be taken out at that point in time, because they might just actually be out of the race since that Daytrade once again secured another top 3.
Yeah, and TE as well, they scored a lot of elimination points in this round. And it came from not an easy route. If you kind of think about it, from the southern side, there were a lot of teams. The circle kept going away from them. It was an open circle, and they had to manage 2 teams at the same time. They started off with Daytrade Gaming, and then they quickly shift their focus towards T5, and they made good work out of T5. They popped their smoke just to buy enough time for Delwyn to go in for the flank, and Delwyn was the one to land the final blow within the smoke itself. And with that, 14 total kills for the Expendables.
They started off by shredding HAPPIE squad, and then they just hit everything that moves out there. So Chlorius definitely got involved in the majority of all these scuffles, where he dished out 900 damage in this span of a round. But if there's any player that absolutely clutched it in 2 different scenarios, it was Delwyn that has been able to really convert the fight between them as well as Theerathon 5. Meanwhile, it was Tanvu that managed everyone on that south side of Daytrade Gaming.
Yeah, and our MVP, of course, no doubt, the numbers do favor him. Chloris, 7 kills, 900 damage, 5 knockouts, 39% point contribution, and a survival time of 32 minutes, 15 seconds. But I do agree, right, like you say, right, Delwyn played a very big role towards the end for them to score their chicken dinner. His flank and his spray within the smoke, he just go for it, like without hesitation, and that's what helped the Expendables to score this chicken dinner. Very, very important for them. And with that, 24 points.
Wow. Absolutely massive run for TE. Well, when we look into the rest of the pack as well, it's been healthy numbers for Theerathon 5. This might just be sufficient as you compare to eArena, who has been racing up against them for that number 1 spot. So now they've only walked away with that 1 point. So Theerathon 5 may actually claim that number 1 spot again. Daytrade, not only did they manage to keep up to the pace of setting a decent benchmark for that top 3 finish, now they're inching closer to join the 200-pointer club.
Hang on about T5. Hang on. Daytrade Gaming, they are now 11 points behind T5. No, 11 points. No, it's 9 points behind T5. Hang on a second, my math is killing me right now. Okay, it's 11 points, 11 points. Anyway, 11 points, 9 points, pretty much the same, you know. I mean, Daytrade Gaming could still do it in this game. This is going to be crazy. Daytrade Gaming, they have not held the number 1 at all. It was always between like eArena, at some point, the Expendables, and of course T5. And now Daytrade Gaming, they're putting themselves in contention for the number 1.
Okay, there's another math that I was trying to calculate as well. Forest Natural Gaming, how much does it take to take on Daytrade that's holding on to that top 3 at this moment? Sure, we can say that Daytrade can actually chase upon eArena. That could be a very big possibility. But now, what needs to be done for that third spot to be snatched away? If in the case where Daytrade crashes out, I believe 24 points is where it needs to be hit by the Forest Natural Gaming in order for them to proceed to PGS. Because if we take a look at it, Daytrade, they won more chicken dinners throughout the finals, and then when it comes down to this run, if it was to be a tie, Daytrade will still be above Forest Natural Gaming if it goes down to the tiebreaker. So I don't know if it's possible. You got to take out half the lobby right now, and it is a daunting task for Forest.
And you also have to hope that Daytrade Gaming don't collect points. So I don't know about that. It feels like a very tall order for Forest Natural Gaming at this point. But of course, mathematically, if it's possible, it is possible. But the chances probably is really slim. I'll be more interested at this point to ask the question of whether Daytrade Gaming is able to stash away the #1 spot, because they have never held on to that at all throughout the entire final stage. But of course, Forest Natural Gaming, if they can somehow mind-blowingly able to do it, hey, that's a cause for celebration.
It could just be it. I mean, you see the amount of wins as well as how consistent they are throughout the day. Daytrade has definitely proved that they have always been that name that always appear to be the top contenders in the APAC circuit, and arguably globally as well, where we've seen some successes coming in from our teams that have been able to, of course, land those slots, and then really proving that APAC does have what it takes in order to be compared to some of the greatest out there in the field. So that being said, as much as I would say that it wasn't exactly the kind of dramatic ending that we are having ourselves with this very final round, it is still very impactful, especially for the top runners of the field, where, of course, eArena, we see them crash out early this time, and that led into these kind of possibilities that Theerathon 5 have now currently seized. So eArena has to also play catch up. They can't afford another round scoring nothing at all.
Yeah, I mean, eArena is not out of it yet, right? They can still catch to T5. Obviously, that's why they're #2 right now. So a lot of possibility of who might be the champion of the final stage this time around. Would you say, okay, I know mathematically Forest Natural Gaming can do it, but would you say it's realistic for Forest Natural Gaming now?
I would say that realistic or not, you got to also ensure that a lot of all the other teams, I mean, you could say, okay, Daytrade has to go out first and foremost. What are the odds that Forest Natural Gaming can actually eliminate 5 teams? Highly likely if the circle really funnels everybody into their area, and provided they somehow couldn't trade back. So it is like that 5% of a chance, if I were to compare into how possible this could be executed. And that's also with the other teams not really taking each other out, because the lesser the numbers of players in the field, that margin is just going to slim down.
Yeah, that's one. And of course, they have to hope for the Expendables or Daytrade Gaming not to collect more points. And that's going to be unlikely too, because now Daytrade Gaming, they have a new mission. And we have to think about like the motivation of the teams as well, right? Like, okay, do they really need to go for it, or they can like take a chill pill? For Daytrade Gaming, obviously they have the chance to go for #1 right now. So they have a newfound motivation of like, hey guys, let's go for it. So maybe Daytrade Gaming might still play their game and not thinking about Forest Natural Gaming, and just think about like, I want that #1 spot for myself. So yeah, that means that they can collect points.
They should. I mean, when you are in this position and when your team is playing at the highest of level, you should be actually gunning for the top instead of worrying who's actually chasing behind you. So that's the mentality that Daytrade has displayed towards the course of what we see here in the evening. And I don't think there's going to be any signs of stopping, looking at the rate of the plays that they're really playing at. So with all of that mentioned, of course, kudos towards the side of the Expendables. They finally get themselves a win to, of course, relieve some of all these miserable runs that they had, where they kind of stagnated for a little bit more. So despite it being mathematically unchangeable when it comes down to how Expendables would even fight for that top 3, they're a little too far from it, but it's great to see that they are still proving that, we are still one of the best teams hailing from Vietnam. So That's it, Sir Cloud. This is going to be our last hurrah as we dive into our final map of Angle to wrap up the entirety of the APAC Qualifiers Phase 1 2025.
The map that will determine everything, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, let's go eArena.
It all boils down to this very moment to see who will emerge as our champions of Phase 1. It could be eArena, Theerathon 5, and perhaps if Daytrade pulls off another victorious run, it could very well be them. Force Natural Gaming fighting for that spot to hit into the PGS. Can they pull off the craziest round that we've ever seen here in the finals? Because they need 24 points, and that includes Daytrade to be eliminated with nothing to gain in this match.
Oof. That's where we need to look at their initial drops, right? So Daytrade Gaming, they're going to start on the left side just as before. Other suspects, okay, Forest, Natural Gaming, North Jogopul, just as before, no changes for them. Let's see, eArena out in Gatka, pretty much the same. Okay, looks like nobody's going to make any big risky moves, not going to make those big hot drop zones. How about eArena then? So eArena right now, they are... Okay, where are they? Where are they? I'm actually...
In between
eArena, Gatka,
and
T5.
Yeah.
T5 South Jogopul. Okay, so everyone's well spread out. But of course, like our top teams like eArena, Daytrade Gaming, and T5, and also Force Natural Gaming, all in the left side of the map. And the circle happened to be there.
Yeah, it's a interesting spot, especially when it covers the top 3 teams of the leaderboards at this very moment. eArena, like you said, they were just by the outskirts of Pochinki as well as Gatka. So they definitely do get to call the first dips if they really want to climb up to the Everest. But if it's going to be a hasty maneuver coming in from Forest Natural Gaming, they could also opt to do the same. And perhaps that's where we might even see some of all these clashes. Daytrade, they did not change their position. They've always started around that far western sector of the map. So they definitely do get that initial phase. The Expendables, they won that round. But of course, it's a little bit of a fall from grace. Now, I kind of want to make a calculation for TE as well. I mean, 31 points? Yeah, that's
40.
Yeah, 31 points of elimination plus a chicken there. That's the 41. But I don't think anyone has been able to reach that so far. It's too much of a stretch. So yeah, that's sad news for TE, for the fans out there.
Yeah, it's just too much, right? A total of like what? 39 points for TE together in this one round. And even that, we are talking about Daytrade Gaming not gaining any points at all. So yeah, I would say it's a tall order. The closest one is Force Natural Gaming. But honestly, if it was me, I'm not too sure about Force Natural Gaming right now in the chances to break into the top 3 unless something mind-blowing happens by the end of this round. But I don't know, man. Force Natural Gaming, because their first 2 days wasn't that great. They started to pop up like day 3, and also today wasn't too bad for them. If only they had one day that was like, okay, we're okay. Then they might be in the top 3. But I worry that it will be too late for Force Natural Gaming.
Yeah, and judging from their play style as well, they like to play in a very controlled manner at the very same time. Plus, the place that they've dropped isn't exactly highly populated. So I don't exactly fancy those chances at all, but we're already looking at the ascension of TE from that chicken dinner now. Delwyn's looking for a spot throughout the corners of Everest. Theerathon 5, you can see that they're already so prepared, already putting up the foldable shields and calling in Flucky to back him up so that they could actually spend a little bit more time to try to hunt out any form of these players to be moving around the fields of Gatka. Of course, no signs of life if they were to be trying to seek something in return this early into the matchup. If there's going to be anybody else, I guess it's going to be eArena. Last we saw, they were pretty close by these hillsides, just by the outskirts of Pachinki. I think that they could definitely take their sweet time, even if they really want to book a spot right up below the hills of Everest. They could also opt to do just that. Speaking of which, I believe that, yeah, they are currently right beneath the mountains. So they're happy enough. They don't exactly have to shift too much from this current position where they're currently playing. But the rest of the pack, of course, it's been a hell of a run. I mean, we've seen some of all these teams coming in from the play-ins that have absolutely excelled, and they've kept us entertained. And of course, like HAPPIE Squad, BCM, QiWA, and Expendable coming from the PMS region, definitely giving us a lot of exciting times throughout the course of the finals as well.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about eArena, right? Since we had them on screen earlier on. I mean, our main teams, they are like kind of close to each other. There's some possibility of them having to meet up with each other and then canceling out. Now that will make for an early result if that happens. Especially that eArena is just next to Daytrade Gaming, last we saw. T5 is also in North Jogopo, also not too far from these teams. So potentially, if they meet up, then we might know the results a little bit earlier. But of course, when that happens, that happens. For now, we check out what's happening with Team Flash. They're passing by a Cerberus Esports. Oh, Yum Good. Left alone, praying for Team Flash to not stop. And looks like his prayers are answered.
Yeah, I guess he didn't really have to pray for far too long. So just staying still and it goes undetected. Team Flash waste no time to also do any form of checking at all. So coast is clear to these Vietnamese teams, just probably waving each other goodbye for the moment. It's been a very tricky journey for majority of all these members coming from the PVS region, where of course they were starting things on such a strong note, especially those coming in from the play-ins, where we've seen a lot of all these glimpses of brilliance coming out of names like TDT, as well as, of course, the Expendables. Well, the Expendables was actually seeded, so there was high expectations to be set. This time, sadly, we may not even see a single Vietnamese team to be getting their way into the PGS. Of course, it'll be a long off season, but I believe throughout that off seasons, there will be just about a lot of long practices to get them back into their winning ways once more. Of course, here comes Haisaki, as Cerberus Esports has been lying in wait, hoping to pick onto teams rotating around, and that's Sharper claiming that territory of a compound for their own. So coast is clear. Not too much of a huge action thus far, as we have passed 8 minutes into play. Phase 1 closing up soon, so I guess by then, that's where we start to go see fights happening across the map.
But we might see one here with KM99 pulling the shots across onto Himas. No headshot, so he's fine for now. 70% of health. KM99, he tries with the Mini 14. But since he didn't get the knock, so he'll be retreating back, and it's more of like just telling Himas that we're here, and immediately he backs up back to his teammate.
Yeah, safe call. Oh, no need for overextension coming from the side of AG Global. Just taking a look at the score lines as well between AG Global as well as TE. They've always been neck and neck throughout the entire run of theirs here in the finals. But they needed big moments out there, just like how TE did. TE, maybe it's just a little late with that previous win that they did manage to acquire. But so far, of course, the Expendables were going to be probably seeing a lot more of them later on throughout the year. But for now, we see a beautiful shot coming in from FW Esports. That does connect, while Windy Gaming kind of stuck in between Banana 1, looking over onto the field side. So this kind of spread that we're looking at from the side of WDG, we'll also need to see them to quickly regroup and get themselves back into the field, because they have yet to really cop a decent spot. I believe that shift may actually see it running either further down south or further down north, and either ways, I guess I could be absolutely wrong. We're going further to the west instead. So a vast portion of South George is in play, and T5, we're looking at Rossi Tet Jr. to be taking one portion of it. So perhaps they might actually call for the rest of these teams who are, team members who are on top of the hillside to just claim a compound their own before the rest of the teams come in.
Looks like a deja vu from the previous round. If you kind of think about it, like circle-wise, that is. Yeah, it's pretty similar. It's pretty similar. But one thing I want to note as well is that despite it being the final game, normally in the final game, you start to see teams playing a little bit more aggressive, like just going for fights, just running at teams. But interesting enough that this final game, it is quieter than the one before. So with a similar kind of circle, I guess it's also a repeat of like how the teams might play. So they might want to like redo again on some of the things that they made wrong earlier on. But Daytrade Gaming showing up on our elimination feed. Oh no, Happy Squad is the one to take them out.
This might just be that big turn of events that we've been asking for. T5 knows that that is going to be Daytrade. They try to take them on, and that's 1 point to be gained by Daytrade. As now they're sandwiched in between Happy Squad. Speaking of which, there is also some action coming in from the Vietnamese teams. TNT versus Cerberus as Solazzi gets taken down. Oh boy. It's a good news that Daytrade still keeps themselves afloat, but now it's only down to 2 members. That means that's not going to be those big numbers out there. But can they play for a win is going to be the biggest question to ask out of Daytrade, because everybody's journeying their way across this hospital ground.
Hey, and you know what, T5? They saw the rotation by Daytrade, so they now know that Daytrade is just on the outside of hospital. If you want to make the big move to try to take out a Daytrade, that's fine. And plus, showing on the elimination feed, they know that Daytrade is now on a handicap. And if they really want to make the cheeky moves, they could. But the risk is, of course, that eArena is also around the corner. And eArena, if they can come in as a third party, they could overtake T5. So maybe T5 is thinking to themselves that, hey, you know what? eArena is still in the game. So we don't need to worry too much about Daytrade first. Let's worry about eArena first.
Yeah, not that they do know that it's eArena for the moment, but if QiWA goes in for the knock, this might just be the case.
Here we go.
And there we go. Norin's made himself known, knocking down Cerberus, and who knows if T5 really wants to push for it. I don't think they need to put themselves at risk for anything at all, so long as they hold on to that #1 spot. eArena defended it well enough up against QiWA that came rather late. That nosedive definitely was a little bit costly, but of course that's only 1 member down from inside of QiWA Esports. Meanwhile, hillside battle for both Savage Men as well as Team Flash.
Well, if there's any objective for Savage Men Esports, is not to be at the number 16, but now they're put in a tough position. Tanking the blue at the same time, Team Flash is blocking them out. And not only that, on the southern side, Chopper Esports looking down on those 2 teams while we look at the next phase of the circle. And it will go towards the southern side. So our big teams are all still in the circle for now. But looking back on the Savage Men Esports, 2 active players left still in the blue.
Like you said, deja vu moment once again. Same spot to play out for this final matchup. And it seems like there's only a few names that has been able to claim a spot. Well, love all these teams will have to go on that grand convoy. It's going to be Van Nung finding a grenade to be lobbed directly over the side of B-Neck, while that member of the CM is pretty much stuck out in the open. So Monty, tough luck. It's Tycon to be just keeping him by that corner. So I'm not too sure how much more time can you actually buy, because the rest of DCM. They're nowhere near where we left off. Well, I guess Monty, if you can pick up a point or two, that's good on it. But DCM now crashes onto the territory of TE. It's 777 that does get to these members out there, and he kind of shot his own teammate at the very same time while going for these executions. And Flores, he holds them down, and it is just helter-skelter down to this remaining member, and all hell breaking loose. But the name got right in from Huang F.
For sure now, for sure. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing the Expendables in the following stage. The Expendables eliminated. The first team to bow out with 2 elimination points. Now for eArena, they're looking to secure a couple of elimination points here with the rotating FW in front of them. Tapping away, it's going to be Nurins. Nurins not able to get a knock yet, but still not giving up on hope. As FW, they drive away to safety.
What a scuffle that was. I thought that it was actually DCM that just came up on top. And I mean, they definitely overwhelmed some of the members of TE that was just hoping to actually take that dip for cover. And then suddenly TDT also got involved in the midst of that fight, making it a lot tougher for even Flores to buy any more time to save his teammates. But of course, it's been a massive run for TE. We thank our global champions for, of course, showing up to all these matches, and of course they can take pride in their stride. So we have 2 teams eliminated so far, 14 more to play over on the field, and this being a very similar pattern as compared to the last game that was played out. A lot of teams already have pretty much even more bright ideas on how to play onto this form of a field, but it could still lead onto a different territory. So we shall take a look at the quick updates. T5 find themselves by the corner of the North. Forest Natural Gaming as well. While a big fight erupts, HG Global just runs right through these members of Sharper Esports. Leave nothing to chance at all. HG Global, they claimed that 1 pointer out there, and now they want to avenge their fallen members, KM99, trying to gape them off by the corner of the map.
But the rest of Sharper, they're coming in though. AG, they have to escape right now. KM99 takes a lot of damage. And from the other side, he gets knocked down by Himas. And now AG, they might find an entry point, but gets destroyed by Jedi from afar as well. AG, only 2 active players left. Himas, one of them on the other end. Jedi needs to be careful of his surrounding as well. Certi has an off angle, but Certi, if you look at the minimap, he has Cerberus Esports to deal with as well. He must finish off KM99, securing that point for AG Global.
Oh, Himas has always been this sharp every step of the way. Jedi, this is going to be a very tough hole alongside with Herbs. And take a look at the far corner of the map. There's also Hisaki from Cerberus, who's also hoping to wrap things around. Decimate now spotted by QiWA, so they are going to finish on 13th. While Ia goes in for more Happy Squad and now get themselves a lot of all these attention. And while Sharper Esports at least trades right back. And that's going to be him that's already down and out. So the rest of Sharper Esports can still remain as 2. While AG Global will slowly get ripped apart by RIP 113.
And there goes another team eliminated. Our top 4 teams is still in the game, including Forest Natural Gaming, but they're not collecting points. We did talk about them. If they want to slide into the top 3, they have to collect lots of points, and they have to start really early. Anyway, for Happy Squad, looking down the rotation of T5. T5 moving down south. Looks like they want to avoid all those teams at the top, but the moment they go down south, it's going to be WDG waiting for them. Ranger X takes a lot of damage. He has to heal up quick.
And then there we go. We actually get that big fight that we've asked for. Forest versus eArena. They're starting to take each other out from the North Point wall. Duckmine goes in for the chase. Try to spot out Trick as he does get the cover of the rocks. I believe Trick has also spotted him out, running out in the open. So that is to his own demise. Now Sololzi having the tire being popped. He's trying to control that vehicle to pull all the way back because that is a lost cause. They cannot save Duckmine for the moment. But now focus onto Olympus and the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. They have to push through, and right below them, there is the members of eArena.
And here comes Baron. Will be prepping himself up for the next stage because they have to be prepared for phase number 5. Circle goes all the way down. And none of the big teams in the circle, all of them on the northern side, including Daytrade Gaming, shooting down the Forest Natural Gaming. And there's also eArena in between them. FW joins into the fray as well. And here we have them on screen. eArena, they need to recover Jacob. Jacob is currently down. CC will be on it. But the nade came from Banana One, all the way from downtown to eliminate eArena.
I can barely see Banana One. That was huge. They stole it away from Forest Natural Gaming that needed all those points. And just like that, he lands another onto Scappy. Banana One's a monster. And now they're crashing right through the rest of Forest. Just tries to bail out of this situation because this is not a fight that they want to risk up against FW Esports. And just like that, they just got depleted with a bang.
Literally with a bang, but now Banana One will be taken out by Belmont and Daytrade Gaming. They will secure another elimination point. Daytrade Gaming, now it's go time for them to try to collect those points to chase on the T5. But FW, they trade back. FW takes out Tigger. Daytrade Gaming, only one player left right now. T5, they have to hold on for it.
eArena is out. And that means the fight is between Daytrade as well as Theerathon 5 to see who emerges as the champion. 1 point shy for Daytrade. Belmont holding down the edge of the field. While we're also looking at the mini screen, it's Theerathon 5 in action, taking on the rest of WDG. They're paving the path into the south side. And this is where they might just be able to actually gain a little bit more to keep themselves afloat on that #1 spot.
I'm keeping my eye on the T5 and Daytrade Gaming now. Both of these teams, only one player left. And here for Venom, he sees one. In front of him is going to be 10 Trip. Lands the shot. Not able to land the shot just yet. Now spraying down with the AUG. Scoping down. And finally, he managed to land a couple more shots just to allow WDG 6, 7, 8, 9 to get 10 Drip.
And now we have confirmation. T5, they did survive. And this means Theerathon 5, so long as they will be in this match, they are going to be the champions. And I believe they're already the champions of this APAC qualifier. Of course, with the show going on, Forest Natural Gaming, 2 members left alive. We talk about all that possibility slowly crumbling in their hands as Sharper making it rain, making it painful as they got pinned down all the way up north. It's only down to Olympus by the edge of the map.
And there would not be enough bodies for Forest Natural Gaming for them to catch up to the top 3. So right now, it's more playing for pride and playing for the fans at this moment. Give them something to cheer about. Circle, it favors 3 different teams. Sharper Esports, TDT, and also QiWA on the right side. QiWA will be on the clear. While Roseted, well, for T5, he's taking the blue, but at this point, he's fine. He probably saw the elimination feed telling to himself that he doesn't need to try hard right now. He'll be okay.
Yeah, he's also being pinned by WDG, which is why he's actually holding on to that blue zone for the meantime. Still phase 6, and there we go. There goes Theerathon 5 as we see the top 3 already out of this matchup and make that the top 4 as well as Olympus goes down. Sharper Esports exposed and quickly taken out by TDT, pushing up the hill. So this time, we're going to get ourselves a very different winner for the final chicken dinner. It's either TDT, QiWA, and with a tinge of a chance for WDG.
And top 3 right now. Obviously, with TDT, with the numbers, they have the highest percentage possible to score this chicken dinner. And if we were to look at WDG, okay, they're on the outside of the circle. TDT is in front of them. And they could be the next target for TDT. It's just a matter of whether TDT knows where they are. They probably don't have the information just yet. So WDG, they can still play a sneaky one against TDT.
They could absolutely do so. Oh, QiWA, they got a lot of all these regional coverage over onto the far eastern corner map. So they could just spend a lot more of that time. WDG, however, goes in for the exchange. So June going to be the first contact for the side of TDT. They now know for the fact that there is a team right on their 6. So that's where they could actually focus all their attention towards. While QiWA, they're happy to stay silent for the moment. And while they actually do that, plenty of territory to be claimed. TDT having that high ground advantage, making things a little bit more difficult for the rest of the pack for the moment. Of course, with 4 members, TDT could just spread out, look for a lot of all these areas to claim. And I think this is just about as efficient enough for the PVS side to be able to, of course, rack up a chicken dinner of their own. Take a look at the resources as well. TDT currently has the most deflates to use, 16 frag grenades with 14 smokes.
That's a whole lot. That's a whole lot there. They're definitely prepared for the final bout here. The top 3 teams, okay, just waiting for the circle to kind of push them to make those big moves. And we will see phase number 7. And it still favors TDT. Interesting. So QiWA needs to move a little bit forward. Lots of open space. TDT, they do have the high ground advantage. So they stand a big chance, not only because of the numbers, but because of the geographical advantage that they have to score the chicken dinner.
True enough. And I guess like TDT, they got to start utilizing a lot of that space. I mean, they have not really extended and stretched towards that area of QiWA Esports. So at the very least, they know that on the outskirts, everything is absolutely clear. They're trying to just claim that compound and just use it as a defensive fortress. Perhaps they're just hoping that WDG as well as QiWA will kind of collapse upon each other, and that's where they will opt to extend within the fight to close out the match. I mean, these are all, of course, predictions and possibilities. We'll definitely want to see how this one plays out. As Windy got pretty much destructive weapons to be able to put into grand effects. Marcus, he's just going to be slowly lurking around, and he's a little too close for comfort, and it's going to be QiWA. He's moving around. I don't think he spots anything just yet.
But I guess why all these teams, they're still playing it very carefully because of the points. Anyway, Marcus, he got Man. Okay, that could be an opening. And here comes the rest of the cavalry, trying to hunt down the remaining members of QiWA. On the left side, Marcus gunned down. A bit of a trade-off between the 2 teams right now. So it's going to be 2v1. 6, 7, 8, 9 coming in. Going to be the lone hero going up against 2 players from QiWA. But unfortunately, he failed. He was not able to deal with the both of them at the same time. But this is go time right now for TDT to wrap things up.
Yeah, they're just swarming like them like the hawk. And there we go. That knock over onto Man as well as Trick might actually do the trick, as the rest of TDT is hoping to close this out and bring some sign of relief or a little bit more joy back to the PBS region. And now we conclude our final round of the APAC Qualifiers Phase 1 with a win for TDT.
And that is TDT wrapping things up with the chicken dinner. But of course, our highlight will be the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Want to make it official soon. TDT, with the fact that they scored this chicken dinner, maybe they climb up a couple of spots just to gain more points. And we're looking over at the highlights. Looks like, again, it's a deja vu. But this interesting move by Cerberus, just crashing into the compound just like that, without truly scouting whether there's anyone there. I gotta pay the price for that.
Well, at least QiWA did manage to make it into the top 3 run. Of course, it is playing for pride of their respective region. But at the very same time, when we saw these members of DT taking that chicken dinner, there were no smiles on our screen because they know that, you know, they're not making the cut into the PGS, but they also need to, of course, cheer up for a little bit because they did manage to add perhaps a little bit more of those points for them to have PGC points acquired for the next run when they do play the next qualifiers. So, of course, all hopes is not lost just yet. We thank all the teams that have delivered us entertaining matches all throughout the play-ins as well as the finals, as with all these massive plays. But now the one with those grenades was what caught our attention, because they just blew up some of all these big titans that we were hoping to see a lot of action of. And just like that, a lot of all these big teams playing over the north side, they didn't really receive any form of reprieve because that circle just went further and further away from them.
Yeah, the circle was also pretty interesting for especially the top teams. Right? It went down south. The majority of the top teams, they were on the northern side. But that's what made it interesting, right? The fact that all of them are there, rather than like, okay, one of the top teams have the circle at the south, and then you just like stay away from all the fights. They'll be like, okay, not the same playing ground, I must say. So the fact that the circle was like this, I would say it's a fair playing ground to all the top teams, and that made it a little bit more exciting for this round.
Yeah, and with the rest of TDT having the majority of the members being at the ready, just like the situation that I said, they were just waiting for that fight to erupt between QiWA as well as WDG in order to make their advancement, and they just had that clean sweep to secure a total of 10 points with their second chicken dinner here in the final. So kudos to them. It definitely is June that has been able to make a statement play in majority of all these altercations.
Oh yeah, with 531 damage to come along with his 4 kills together with it. 10 total kills for TDT, bringing them 20 points this time around. And obviously, it's going to be Jun as the MVP this time with a 32% team contribution. Towards the end, well, I guess this is like what you say, right? Playing for pride, and it's always nice for you to have your poster up here as the MVP. Something for you to take home as well. Screenshot it, you can put it on your socials. It's always pretty nice to have this.
Yeah, and of course, we thank them for their massive effort out there. TDT, always an exciting team to watch, and I really do want to see them moving up and up over on to what could potentially be the other qualifiers to be played out. Of course, this will be our last match that has been concluded, with QiWA securing second place, ties in 14 with WDG. Sharper actually showed up pretty huge as they won majority of their trades, securing 11 points. Daytrade with 6, FW with 6, while of course we have a lot of all these trading over onto the north point of hill. eArena only walked away with 1 point. Theerathon 5, they were happy to just score 3 and see some of their challengers to be taken out so early on, and that means Theerathon 5 is our grand champions of our PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 1.
The team that at some point came from the middle pack rose up to the occasion with a defining day in day number 2, and now they are the champions for this season, and we'll definitely see more of them in the upcoming rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to T5. What a big comeback for them to snatch away the top spot.
And look at how close it was between the top 3. eArena with 204 points. They just got taken out with those massive grenades, and that's all thanks to FW Esports. It really takes a Thai team to take out on another one, it really seems, throughout the course of this final day. Well, Forest, of course, that was a lot of points that they really have to catch up on, and by the end of the run, they know that it's been mathematically impossible. And then the rest of the pack, it is heartbreak for WDG, the Expendables, AG Global, TDT, as this time around, of course, no PVS teams have been able to make the top 3 margin. So of course we want to see them more in the future. That also goes to show, like, this whole lobby has been super tough. Cerberus Esports badging to at least finish off at a top 10, so it's been a respectable ride. Of course, we definitely thank all of our 16 teams here that played out in the grand finals, especially those who also played through the play-ins. And here we have it, ladies and gents. I guess TE, they are still part of the GPD team, which I absolutely forgot. So eArena TE, we still get to see them in the PGS 7 and 8. So congratulations to Forest Natural Gaming. They do make the cut for the PGS APAC qualifiers to play with the best in the international stages.
Oh yeah, because the slot went down, so we're still going to see Forest Natural Gaming. Great work. And again, Forest Natural Gaming, one of those teams at the pretty much almost the end, like they were at like what, number 15, number 14 at some point, but they did enough. They did just enough for them to qualify to the next stage. Woo!
Oh, I was sweating bucks for this, and I absolutely forgot about that. The global partner teams already having that spot. TE, of course, well deserving because they have been the PGC champions of the past year. So we'll definitely get to see perhaps TE getting back into a stronger shape because they're showing here in the final. They definitely is a little bit of a sign of concern. That means that they still have things that they need to fix. But Theerathon 5 now emerging as the champions of APAC, flying the banner for the rest of Thailand. It is definitely going to be all eyes on them on what they could potentially do. So of course, with that, it all comes down to a closure with all of our teams, of course, putting in all the hard work. We thank them for, of course, entertain us throughout the whole ride.
Yes, and we'd like to thank every one of you for watching as well. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the entire APAC qualifiers. Hopefully we'll see you again in the future. So stay tuned. Don't forget to subscribe to all social medias or PUBG Battleground wherever you're watching this. It'll be myself, SirCloud, and also my buddy here, Contra. We'll be signing off for now, and we'll be seeing you again in the future. Bye!
睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，當咪就 chicken 咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就咪就咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就，喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成頭叉燒包到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對心，就份復習，心到住好嘅嘢，出咗你就不斷念書，人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，求唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅事件？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，哦咪就 chicken 咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就咪就咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就咪就咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就咪就。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就，把握機會咪就雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。 咁知，但係有人好運，有人無解。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗，喊到無謂；錯過咗，喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗，今日一世；錯過咗，今日一世。咪就雞，Don't let the chicken nut。咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，笑到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個新聞住好不如出咗你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，Don't let the chicken nut。咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，